Inside a bedroom dripping with luxury, gold and silver decorations, catching the light from every corner. A massive bed sat like the centerpiece of a king's treasury. Anyone waking up in a room like this should feel nothing but comfort. But right now, the air here was heavy with worry. Standing beside that enormous bed was a slender maid with silver hair, her uniform spotless, her face anything but calm. Her eyes, normally bright, were dim now, red and swollen from crying. And the only person capable of putting that kind of sorrow on such a beautiful face was the golden-haired boy lying motionless in the middle of the bed, eyes shut tight. Time passed in that heavy silence. Then, without warning, the boy's eyes snapped open, confusion written all over his face. The maid's grief evaporated instantly. "Master Arthur, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Are you all right?" "I'm okay." "That's good. I need to inform the Count of this good news." "Don't move, wait for me to come back." She rushed out before he could say another word. And the moment she was gone, the boy on the bed, our main character, Arthur, let out a long, shaky breath. Because none of this made sense to him. His name wasn't Arthur. It was Zairo Okayan, and the last thing he remembered was pulling an all-nighter, coding a game cheat tool for a client, something like a portable shop. Finish it, and he'd walk away with 5,000 yuan. So he'd push through until 3 in the morning to get it done. Whether it was exhaustion catching up to him or something else entirely, right as he finished, his vision went black. And when he opened his eyes again, he was Arthur. He hadn't noticed anything strange at first, still groggy from waking up. But now, looking around properly, the maid, the furniture, the entire style of the room, it was obviously medieval European. Could this be soul transfer? He'd read enough novels to recognize the signs immediately. And the moment that thought crossed his mind, a flood of memories that weren't his own came pouring in, crowding every corner of his brain. A few minutes of frowning concentration later, Arthur's expression shifted from confusion to pure excitement. He'd landed in a world of swords and magic. Just being in a fantasy world wasn't enough on its own to get him this fired up, though. No matter which world you're in, there are always people at the bottom of the ladder. Show up with nothing to your name, and paradise turns into servitude fast. But this body came with a name that meant something. Arthur's father was a count, a war hero whose military record had earned him land, real land, the kind that could be handed down to raise his children. Unlike the old noble houses running out of territory to give, whose children and grandchildren ended up as nothing more than nobles in name only. Which meant Arthur could count on a life of real luxury ahead of him. How could that not thrill him? This world ran on magic and something called battle chi. And nobles here lived better than European nobles ever had in his old life, matching modern comforts in some ways and going beyond them in others. Just imagining it was thrilling. Buzzing with excitement, Arthur scanned the bedroom that now belonged to him, and that's when he noticed it, a small red dot hovering at the edge of his vision, refusing to disappear no matter how many times he blinked. Confused, he reached up and tapped it. The moment his finger made contact, the dot expanded into something achingly familiar. It was the portable shop, the exact cheat program he'd built for a client back in his old life. The discovery lit him up immediately, even though he had no idea what use his own creation could possibly serve here. But showing up in a completely different world had to mean something. Digging through the interface, he found 4 small words tucked in the bottom corner, instructions for use. He tapped it open. This shop has 2 major functions. 1. The user can replicate 1 item from reality into the shop every month, turning it into a permanent product available for unlimited purchase using money. Items can be anything, including humans. Note, when purchasing living beings such as humans or demonic beasts, their appearance can be adjusted to avoid detection. Also, once purchased, a living being's strength will not change. They cannot cultivate to grow stronger, though new functions may unlock later that allow the summoned character's power to increase. Replicating an item only requires touching it. Since the currencies around the user are copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, the shop uses the same currency system. 2. Every month, the shop will randomly select 1 item from this world to replicate and list as a product. Short as those instructions were, they hit Arthur like a jolt of electricity. Replicate anything, then buy as much of it as you want. Even a moment's thought revealed just how much potential was packed into that one sentence. His own father, Count Aberg, an Earth Knight whose strength held the entire territory together, could maybe be copied and purchased with gold coins someday. And you couldn't talk about fantasy worlds without thinking of dragons. Even those terrifying legendary creatures were fair game for replication. Enough gold, and he could build an unheard-of Dragon Knight Legion within his own territory. The vision alone made him tremble with excitement. Once the initial thrill wore off, rational thought crept back in, and with it came an obvious question. What did things actually cost in this portable shop? Because if the prices were too high, his dream of a Dragon Legion would ruin him before it began. To find out, he needed something in the shop to check. The replication function only worked once a month and wasn't something to waste carelessly, so his attention drifted to the random draw instead. Since he had no control over it anyway, there was no harm in trying it now. He tapped the 4 words that read random draw, and a red lottery box appeared, shaking violently. A few seconds later, a fiery red scroll pattern burst out of the box and landed directly on the portable shop's shelf. Arthur turned his attention to it, and his eyes went wide. The price tag read a shocking 100,000 gold coins. That number alone might not mean much out of context, but Arthur's borrowed memories told him that a family of 3 in the Count's territory could live comfortably for an entire year on just 5 gold coins, which meant 100,000 gold coins could feed tens of thousands of people for a full year. This was not pocket change. For reference, in the Kate Kingdom where Arthur now lived, nobility outside the royal family broke down into 5 ranks, from highest to lowest: Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. 100,000 gold coins represented at least a full year's income for an ordinary Viscount, meaning even a Viscount would need 2 or 3 years of saving just to afford this scroll, assuming he didn't spend a copper on maintaining his own noble lifestyle in the meantime. Curious despite the price, Arthur clicked on the scroll anyway just to see the details. He didn't have anywhere near 100,000 gold coins yet. He just wanted to look. 9th level magic scroll, Meteor Shower. A spell only a magister could barely cast, capable of destroying a 500-meter radius and wiping out an army of tens of thousands in one strike. Reading that description, understanding flickered across Arthur's face, followed quickly by delight. Because the shop's price was extremely cheap compared to what this thing would actually cost in the real world. The strong in this kingdom fell into 6 ranks. Knights climbed from bronze to silver to gold to earth to sky, and finally to legendary knight, a title the royal family alone possessed. Mages followed a similar ladder: mage, archmage, magister, grand magus, and legendary mage. Mages and archmages could only cast elementary spells, levels 1 through 3. Magisters handled intermediate spells, 4 through 6. Only magisters at the higher tier and grand magi could touch advanced spells, 7 through 9. And the legendary mage alone could unleash forbidden curse magic, powerful enough to level an entire city in a single strike. Understanding that ranking system made the weight of 9th level magic sink in fully. But scrolls were rarer still than the spells themselves, and their usage requirements were deceptively simple. As long as you had any chi or magic power at all, even a lowly apprentice or a fresh bronze knight could unleash a scroll's full power, wiping out tens of thousands of soldiers with a single use. Given that 9th level magic was the highest tier any mage below legendary rank could wield, the success rate for a magister attempting to engrave 9th level magic onto a scroll was miserably low. The materials required were rare enough that such a scroll might surface only once every few years, even at the grandest auction in the capital. 1,000,000 gold coins for that kind of power wasn't even expensive. And here in the portable shop, all Arthur needed was 100,000 gold coins to buy it outright, with no purchase limit. His mood soared just thinking about it. Unfortunately, reality brought him back down fast. He only had a little over 30,000 gold coins to his name, nowhere close to what he needed. Otherwise, he'd have bought one right then, just to confirm the shop's authenticity with his own eyes. Just as he was about to dig deeper into whatever other secrets the portable shop might be hiding, hurried footsteps echoed from outside his door. He immediately willed the shop's interface to vanish from his mind. He'd already discovered through this brief experiment that the portable shop responded to thought alone, and that once dismissed, it vanished completely. The red dot disappearing right along with it. That gave him some peace of mind. Even if it was unlikely anyone else could see the interface, caution never hurt. Sitting up against the headboard, Arthur turned a curious gaze toward the door. He'd seen what his parents in this world looked like through his borrowed memories, but he'd never met them in person. A flicker of nervous excitement ran through him. 6 figures walked in one after another, every face carrying the same mixture of worry and relief. Leading the group was a man with a handsome face, a powerful build, standing nearly 2 meters tall, radiating an authority that commanded respect without a hint of anger. This was Count Aberg, master of the territory. Beside him walked a beautiful woman, her eyes still slightly red from worry, though nothing could dim her elegant, noble bearing. This was Charlotte, Arthur's mother and the lady of the house. The Kate Kingdom held 5 major provinces. 3 belonged to dukes, and the royal family directly controlled the remaining 2. Charlotte was the real daughter of Duke Griffin, one of those 3. She'd met Aberg, a commoner at the time, while traveling, and somehow won her father's blessing for the relationship, a scandal that shook the entire empire. Marriages between commoners and nobles were rare enough. A duke's daughter marrying one was almost unheard of. But Duke Griffin's instincts proved correct. In the battle to reclaim Mondo province, Aberg's performance was nothing short of legendary, earning him the title of Count. Mondo province had fallen to the orcs 50 years earlier, and its recapture expanded the kingdom to 6 provinces total. While the duke's backing certainly helped Aberg's rise, his own skill and no small amount of fortune played just as large a role. And Charlotte, ever the devoted wife, had been by his side through it all. Their love story was the kind people whispered about for years, and it led to something almost unheard of among nobility. Aberg took no other wife. Which meant Arthur had far fewer siblings than most noble children, just 1 older brother and 1 older sister. Following behind their parents were those 2, Art, the eldest brother, and Arena, the elder sister. All 3 children shared their parents' golden hair and striking looks. Art, 24, had reached the peak of Silver Knight strength and was expected to break through to Gold Knight within a year or 2, talent that made him the clear heir to the family title. He'd married the real daughter of the Angry Bear Count 2 years prior, though she was currently away visiting her own family. Arena, 20, had reached Silver Knight herself just a year after her brother, breaking through at 19 to his 19 as well, talent that spoke for itself. Knight training demanded serious physical conditioning, so noble children generally spent their years up to 15, strengthening their bodies with secret medicines before beginning formal cultivation under a knight's secret manual. Reaching Silver Knight within 4 or 5 years of starting was no small accomplishment. Perhaps inheriting the family's stubborn streak, Arena had no interest in marriage and instead trained daily with the territory's frontline troops, giving her delicate features an unusual fierce edge that made her stand out. Her parents had long since given up trying to change her mind. Trailing at the back were 2 more figures, an older man in a butler's uniform with graying hair and the maid in her uniform who'd rushed off earlier to spread the news. These were Prince, the castle's head butler, and Corona, Arthur's personal maid. Seeing that Arthur was truly out of danger, the whole group let out a collective sigh of relief. They gathered around his bed, and Aberg spoke first. "The assassins who attacked you are all dead. They were suicide attackers. When their mission failed, they self-destructed rather than be captured, leaving no survivors. So for now, we don't know who sent them. But we all have our suspicions, and we will find out, and we will make them pay." Hearing this, memories surfaced in Arthur's mind of why he was lying here at all. A few days earlier, he'd been strolling through Mad Lion City, the territory's main city, when 5 assassins launched a sudden attack. Mad Lion City was normally considered very safe, so Arthur had only brought 2 Silver Knight guards with him that day. 5 Silver Knight assassins against 2 Silver Knight guards and a boy who'd only just reached Bronze Knight rank. The outcome should have been obvious. The only reason he wasn't torn apart on the spot was the Silver Guardian ring his family had spent a fortune to acquire. He glanced down at the silver-white ring still on his hand. The Silver Guardian ring conjures a magical barrier capable of withstanding a peak Silver Knight's attacks for 10 minutes, though it takes 10 full days to recharge once broken. His 2 guards had fought desperately to hold off 4 of the assassins, But one peak silver knight had broken through and reached him directly. The ring's barrier held, protecting him without injury, right up until extra troops were about to arrive. Realizing failure was sure to happen, all 5 assassins triggered a self-destruction technique at once, a combined blast equal to a full force strike from a gold knight, leveling the surrounding area and killing hundreds of ordinary civilians in the process. A barrier built to hold up against a peak silver knight had no chance against that kind of power. It shattered instantly. Arthur should have died in that explosion. He very nearly did. But his 2 guardian knights threw themselves over him at the last possible second, sacrificing their own bodies to shield his, leaving him gravely wounded but alive. He did die, technically, in that old life, but if his body had truly been obliterated by the blast, he never would have made it here to transmigrate at all. It was those 2 knights' final act of loyalty that gave him this second chance. Thinking of their sacrifice, Arthur felt his eyes sting. In his old life, nobody had ever thrown themselves in harm's way for him. Even in this new body's memories, nothing like this had ever happened before either. Fighting back the emotion, he managed to ask, "What about Jorg and Sean?" His 2 silver knight guards. He already suspected the worst, but he had to ask anyway. They sacrificed themselves to protect you and upheld their knightly honor to the very end. I've arranged 10 times the standard payment for their families, and they'll be given every consideration going forward. Rest easy on that front. Your only job now is to recover. You just woke up, so rest more. Don't concern yourself with anything else right now. You have no idea how worried I was. You were rescued 2 days ago covered in blood, and even pouring every ounce of my magic into healing you, I nearly lost you. Do you understand how frightened I was? Charlotte the Countess could no longer hold back. She stepped forward, took Arthur's hand, and let her worry show plainly on her face. As a 4th-stage water element magister, Charlotte was capable of advanced magic, and water magic carried powerful healing properties, which was the only reason she'd managed to pull Arthur back from the edge of death. Without her, he might have transmigrated here only to die all over again. That alone told Arthur just how close he'd come, and it explained why his mother refused to let him worry about anything else. Scanning the worried faces around him, Arthur nodded. "Okay, I'll rest well. I'll leave everything else to you." "Good, hang in there," his brother Art said, concern plain in his voice. "Hang in there, get well soon, and don't make Olivia worry too much," Irina added, in her own way of showing she cared, which sent a name surfacing through Arthur's borrowed memories. Olivia was Irina's best friend, and also Arthur's fiancée, which explained the remark instantly. Once everyone had said their piece, they knew that too many visitors would only tire him further. Count Berg gave one last instruction before they filed out. "Corona, take good care of Arthur." "I will, my lord Count." With everyone gone, Corona bowed to him quickly. "Young Master Arthur, you were unconscious for 3 days before waking. You must be hungry. Shall I prepare some food?" He was, in fact, starving, so he answered, "Sorry for the trouble." "It's my duty," she replied, already knowing his preferences well enough that she didn't need to ask what to prepare. Watching her hurry off, Arthur took stock of his own weakened body, and a wave of resentment surged through him toward whoever had orchestrated the attack. If someone had tried once, they'd try again. That person had to be found and dealt with. He began working through the possibilities in his mind. Count Berg's rise to power had made him enemies, but few factions wanted both father and son dead, and only 2 candidates stood out. The first was the Orcs, defeated decades ago. Arthur's territory sat on the front line against them, tension a constant fixture of daily life. But humans and Orcs shared too deep a blood feud for any collaboration, and killing Arthur wouldn't have changed the outcome of their ongoing war in the slightest. There was no incentive for the Orcs to bother. The second and far more likely suspect was a neighboring noble, the Thorn Flower Count, whose territory bordered his own. Both fiefs wanted to expand, and years of friction between them had built up plenty of grievances. To understand the Thorn Flower Count's position, you had to understand the layout of Mondo Province itself, the kingdom's newest and northernmost territory. It had no duke. Instead, 2 great marquises and 3 counts held the real power, their territories larger than typical for their rank given the province's size. Viscounts and barons barely registered by comparison. The 3 counts, Arthur's own fierce lion territory, the neighboring thorn flower territory, and the more distant raging bear territory. Together formed a wall against the orc-controlled barren plains, standing shoulder to shoulder on the front line. And of the three, Thorn Flower sat squeezed directly between the other two. Following the old strategy of befriending the distant while pressuring the near, Arthur's brother Art had married into the Raging Bear family, putting pressure on Thorn Flower from one side. And more recently, Arthur's own engagement to Olivia, daughter of the Marquis of Roses, one of Mondo Province's two great marquis houses, had tightened that vice even further. The cleanest way to break that pressure would be to sabotage the marriage alliance between the fierce lion territory and the Marquis. And assassinating Arthur was certainly one way to do exactly that. Weighing all these threads together, Arthur formed a working theory about who was behind the attack. The specifics would require more digging, but that would come later. As his thoughts settled, Corona returned carrying a tray of food, milk, cheese, desserts, even some meat. People here cultivated battle chi, which meant their digestion ran far stronger than anything from Arthur's old life. Unlike a severely injured patient back home who'd be stuck on broth, this body could handle solid food just fine. Arthur was capable of feeding himself, but Corona wouldn't allow it. "Young Master Arthur, you're still very weak. Please let me fulfill my duty as your maid and serve you." "Fine," he relented, and let himself be fed, settling into the quiet, comfortable moment. Taking his time, Arthur studied her properly for the first time, the very first person he'd laid eyes on in this world. Her face, cool and heart-shaped at rest, had softened a lot as she looked after him now. Her fitted maid's uniform showed off a figure that matched her striking face perfectly, and her silver hair topped it all off, making her really exceptional to look at. He'd never experienced anything like this kind of personal attention in his old life, and it lifted his spirits a lot. But Corona wasn't just a pretty face. An orphan, carefully trained from a young age to serve as Arthur's personal maid, she managed family affairs skillfully and carried real strength of her own. 4 years older than him, she'd broken through to Silver Knight just 2 months earlier at only 20 years old, a talent that rivaled Arena's. 2 more days passed before Arthur was cleared to leave the bed for rehabilitation. He could have gotten up sooner, honestly, but everyone around him insisted he stay put a little longer. The Count and the rest visited several times over those 2 days, each visit easing their worry a little more. Once he was finally free, Arthur wasted no time heading to the courtyard below the castle, picking up a knight's sword, eager to test the battle chi simmering inside this new body. Still adjusting to it all, he wore simple brown silk clothing rather than armor and began working through the motions, trying to summon the restless energy inside him. As a bronze knight, he could only channel battle chi internally, boosting his speed and strength without projecting it outward. Manifesting chi externally to reinforce armor and weapons was a Silver Knight privilege. Launching a sword chi slash from a distance required Gold Knight strength. All of that remained far out of reach for now. Swinging his sword over and over in the courtyard, aside from the unusually sharp whistle of the blade cutting air and a touch more speed than an ordinary person, there wasn't much to show for it yet. He'd only just entered the bronze stage, after all. Training only sharpened his hunger for more power. Imagine splitting mountains and redirecting rivers with a single swing. Imagine reaching Sky Knight rank and actually flying. Fueled by that vision, Arthur threw himself into cultivation with real enthusiasm. Corona, however, wasn't having it. In her eyes, his health came first, so after just 1 hour, she forced him to stop and rest. 5 more days passed the same way, and by then everyone had relaxed enough about his recovery to stop hovering quite so much. Fully healed, Arthur turned his attention to unfinished business, specifically the families of Jorg and Sean, the 2 guards who'd given their lives for him. He handed the matter to Corona, and she reported back quickly. Both men had served as the Count's personal guards, veterans who'd fought alongside him 25 years earlier when he first carved out this territory. They'd started as orphans with nothing, and both had eventually built families of their own. Sean and his wife had never had children, but Jorg left behind a son, George, 23 years old, already silver rank at 22, currently serving as a castle guard himself. A position that had essentially become a family legacy. Has the payment for both families been paid? Yes. As silver rank veterans of the family, Their standard annual salary was 1,000 gold coins. Normal death payment runs 10,000 gold coins, but you ordered 10 times that, so 100,000 each. Jorg's payment has already been fully transferred to his son, George. As for Sean, his wife has no strength of her own. Even with the Count's mansion backing her, that much wealth all at once could bring her more trouble than help. We agreed to spread the payment over 10 years instead, and she accepted. Good. Then I can rest easy about that. Knowing both families had been properly looked after, Arthur felt a weight lift off his chest. His thoughts turned next to the portable shop, specifically what to replicate with his one monthly copying chance, and how to actually generate enough gold coins to make full use of the shop. Whatever he chose to copy needed to serve a dual purpose, turn a profit, and remain useful going forward. Nothing too precious, either, since anything overly conspicuous would draw unwanted attention the moment he tried to sell it. His gaze eventually settled on a full suit of knight's armor sitting in his study. Knight armor or full-body knight armor offers total body protection and serious peace of mind. Even the most basic version can absorb several full-force blows from a bronze knight. But Arthur's special set was something else entirely, a gift from his father upon reaching bronze knight rank this year. Forged jointly by a great master blacksmith and a mage, it could hold up against 80% of a gold knight's striking power and significantly dampen a matching magister's spells. Thanks to mysterious patterns etched across its surface, it was, in every sense, a life-saving weapon built for charging straight into battle. That fame had earned it a nickname, the Gold Knight armor, since it could block most of what a gold knight could throw at you. Of course, that didn't mean Arthur, still only a bronze knight himself, could actually survive fighting a real gold knight while wearing it. Even with most of the attack absorbed, whatever leaked through would still be more than enough to kill him outright. Armor like this was exceptionally rare, priced at a minimum of 300,000 gold coins, rare enough to be treated as a family heirloom even among viscounts, whose typical annual income of 100,000 gold coins meant saving for 5 or 6 years, just to afford a single set while still running their territory. Given how valuable a life-saving item like this would be to plenty of eager buyers, and how useful it could be for his own subordinates down the line, it made a perfect first target for the portable shop's copying. Decision made, Arthur touched the armor lightly and thought a single word. Copy. Nothing dramatic happened. No flash of light, no strange sensation. The only change was a matching set of armor now sitting on the portable shop's shelves. That absence of drama was reassuring in its own way. At least he wouldn't need to worry about strange side effects every time he copied something in the future. But relaxing brought a new concern to mind. Armor sizing varies from person to person, and even with some built-in flexibility, a big enough mismatch would render it useless. Could the portable shop account for that? He tapped the armor's icon to check the details. A fairly capable set of armor, able to hold up against most attacks from a gold knight or a magister. Size adjustable at purchase. Price 30,000 gold coins. Relief washed over him at the size adjustment, followed by outright joy when he saw the price. He had just over 30,000 gold coins on hand. He could actually afford this. To test the shop's legitimacy, he pulled 30,000 gold coins out of the space ring on his finger, watching them pile up in a small mound before silently thinking, top up. The coins vanished instantly, and the shop's balance ticked up from 0 to 30,000. With a slightly trembling finger, he pressed the purchase button. His heart was pounding. If this worked, the portable shop was real, and his future was set. If it failed, he'd lose 30,000 gold coins for nothing, and he'd be left living out an ordinary noble life after all. He pressed the button. A set of armor identical to his own appeared on the carpet in front of him. Relief flooded through him, though not completely. He still needed to confirm it was the real article, not some cheap imitation. He touched it first, checking the material. No difference. Then he drew his knight's sword and struck it with full force. Sparks flew, but the armor remained unmarked. His ordinary sword, on the other hand, came away with a small nick. That settled it. The portable shop was real, and a surge of pure wild joy welled up inside him. Knowing he couldn't afford to make noise inside the castle, Arthur kept his celebration silent, pacing back and forth across the room, working off the excitement without a single sound. After a while, he calmed down and tucked the newly purchased armor into his space ring. Out of sight, before anyone could ask questions he wasn't ready to answer. The next problem was figuring out how to sell this extra set without exposing himself. For days after that, he turned the problem over in his mind without finding a solution. In Mad Lion City, anyone with 300,000 gold coins to spend on armor like this already knew him himself. Selling it directly would be a dead giveaway. Then fortune intervened, in the form of news traveling down from the royal capital to Mondo province. More than 2 decades had passed since Mondo province's reclamation, and the kingdom now had the strength to push north again, aiming to seize more of the barren plains from the orcs. The timeline, roughly 3 years out. Until then, anyone could purchase a development decree from the empire's noble notary for 10,000 gold coins, granting the right to develop territory in the barren plains. The more land claimed, the more likely a matching noble title would follow. The announcement threw the entire kingdom into a frenzy. Countless noble children and grandchildren had no land left to inherit, stuck as honorary nobility without any real power to their name, since only a fortunate few, like Arthur, were guaranteed territory of their own. Wealthy traders wanted in too, desperate for real noble status. A noble without land isn't a true noble. That old saying had circulated among the nobles for generations, and now, with a real shot at changing that, ambition ran rampant across the kingdom, fueled further by memories of the last wave of new nobles created during Mondo province's original reclamation 20 years earlier. But claiming orc territory was never going to be simple. Land the orcs depended on for survival wouldn't be handed over without a fight. In truth, the development decree policy served a dual purpose for the kingdom, bleeding the orcs' strength through scattered skirmishes ahead of the real war 3 years out, while simultaneously draining the resources of the kingdom's own restless nobility. 2 birds, 1 stone. For Arthur, this was exactly the opening he needed. Settling his own territory meant working independently, keeping his secrets close, and having a real excuse to ask his father for a large amount of gold and resources. If a Berg believed his son wanted to build a territory of his own, surely he'd hand over several 100,000 gold coins to make it happen. And with that kind of capital, Arthur's next monthly copying could go toward calling forth someone with real gold knight strength, someone loyal enough to sell the armor on his behalf without any risk of exposure. A gold knight specifically, since only someone that strong could reliably protect the hundreds of thousands of gold coins such sales would generate. An Earth Knight would have been even better, but Arthur doubted he could afford one no matter what. There was only a single Earth Knight in the entire territory, after all, so he shelved that idea for now. With his plan settled, Arthur asked around for his father's whereabouts and headed straight for a Berg study. His father was in the middle of official business when Arthur arrived, but he set it aside immediately upon seeing his son, a small sign of just how much he still cared. Arthur skipped formal titles entirely, walking straight up to the desk. "Father, you already know about the kingdom's development decree, right?" "Of course I know. Don't tell me you—" A Berg trailed off, already piecing together where this conversation was heading, surprise flickering across his face. Seeing that his father had guessed correctly, Arthur didn't waste time dancing around it. "Yes, father, I want to pioneer too. I want to become a lord in my own right, through my own effort, no less accomplished than you. Why, your brother will inherit my title no matter what, but you'll still end up a viscount at minimum. Do you understand how many people risk their lives out in the barren plains for a lifetime and never even reach that rank? Are you truly prepared for this?" Aberg clearly didn't fully understand his son's reasoning, but he had no intention of standing in his way if Arthur was serious. Watching his son inherit something of his own fighting spirit filled him with quiet pride, even as he felt obligated to voice every warning he could think of. Arthur understood he needed to project real resolve here, so he answered simply and firmly. "Yes, father, I am prepared." He held his father's gaze, unwavering. Silence stretched between them, broken only by a long sigh from Aberg. "Since that's how it is, I won't stand in your way. But telling your mother is your responsibility, not mine." "Thank you, father." Arthur's face lit up immediately. "Don't celebrate yet. Your mother won't be nearly as easy to convince." Once you've handled her, come back and we'll work out the details together. Understood, father, I'll go right now. An hour later, Arthur returned to the study looking a lot more disheveled. His mother had initially been firmly against the idea, worried about the danger, mainly so soon after Arthur's brush with death. She'd even shed tears trying to talk him out of it. But Arthur, confident that the portable shop would keep him safe no matter what anyone else believed, simply wore her down with sheer persistence until she finally relented. Though clearly still worried. That the process had taken a full hour told de Berg everything he needed to know when his son walked back in. The orcs are not as simple as you think. Are you truly prepared? He asked again, seriously this time. I will be, father, Arthur replied solemnly. All right, then let's talk about the plans. First, you'll need a development decree, which I'll handle myself. As for location, the land directly in front of our own territory is ideal. We're already adjacent to the buffer zone separating us from the orcs, dozens of miles wide, a golden opening for settling, and our position gives us a serious logistical advantage. We can start preparing now, building defensive structures within that buffer zone ahead of time. So if you're serious about this, give it 3 months, enough time to make the place livable. I'll stock a full year's worth of food as well. That covers the basics. Anything else on your mind? Hearing just how very carefully his father had already thought this through moved Arthur more than he expected. Most people setting out to pioneer got nothing close to this kind of support. But after all that, one crucial subject remained untouched, so he asked a little sheepishly, what about gold coins? I'll need to fund an army and cover various other expenses. That all costs money too. Watching his son's obvious greed for gold, Berg couldn't help but smile. How much are you thinking? Arthur felt no shame about it at all. As far as he was concerned, gold meant possibilities, and possibilities were everything. I'll take whatever you're willing to give. The smile on Berg's face widened further, though his tone turned mock stern. If I offered 1,000,000, would you take it? Yes. Yes, my foot. 300,000 gold coins, not a single coin more. And understand this clearly. After these 3 months, once the basic infrastructure is finished, I'm done helping. From then on, we deal strictly as equals in ordinary deals. If this settling effort fails, you'll come home and settle into life as a viscount under my roof, understood? Arthur knew the underlying worry in that warning. The fear that overconfidence might get him hurt, and he answered immediately. If I truly fail, I'll return without complaint, but I won't fail. Good. I believe you. Berg laughed, clearly pleased by his son's confidence. Unfortunately, Arthur's next question shattered the warm moment entirely. Father, when exactly will those 300,000 gold coins arrive? Berg stared at him, stunned, suddenly realizing his son had turned into quite the little money grubber overnight. Still, the sum meant little to him himself, so he simply said, hand me your space ring. Once Arthur passed it over, Berg transferred the full 300,000 gold coins directly into it. Use these 3 months wisely. Push your cultivation forward too. Your current strength, barely early-stage bronze, is still far too weak. Understood, father. A few more words passed between them before Arthur excused himself, leaving his father to his official business. Half a month slipped by and the new month arrived. Arthur's portable shop refreshed, granting him a fresh replication chance and a new random draw. Not much of note happened during that stretch, save for a few small developments. His eldest sister-in-law, Jessica, returned from visiting her family, and shortly after, Art, Jessica, and Irina all came to see him, having heard he was preparing for his development decree. They each offered their support, and upon learning he only wanted gold coins, Art and Irina each handed over 100,000 gold coins of their own. Both of them, being adults over 18, had already received their own viscount titles and territories from Count Berg as a coming-of-age gift, giving them independent income far beyond what Arthur currently had. Meanwhile, the population within the territory continued to swell, driven entirely by the development decree. Ambitious nobles without land and fortune seekers from across the kingdom kept arriving at the border, bringing slaves and supplies with them. Traders chasing profit followed close behind, sensing an opening in the sudden demand for goods, and all 3 border territories grew steadily more prosperous as a result. But for Arthur, None of that mattered as much as what waited inside his portable shop that month. The random draw came first, requiring no preparation. Still, for his own peace of mind, he bathed and muttered a string of prayers to every god he could think of before finally clicking the button. The lottery box shook, and an image of a stone-skinned giant emerged, becoming his newest item. Curious, he clicked to view it immediately. Ordinary mountain giant, 20 meters tall, typically a guardian of elves. Possesses strength similar to a human Earth Knight, though its thick rock skin makes it extraordinarily difficult to pierce, even for an Earth Knight. Its rock skin also carries magic resistance, capable of blocking most damage below forbidden curse magic. Even when injured, it can recover quickly simply by consuming trees and standing on solid earth, making it nearly unstoppable against human Earth Knights. Appearance adjustable, loyal to the buyer. Price 1 million gold coins. That was absurd. Arthur couldn't help exclaiming out loud after reading it. And honestly, 1 million gold coins wasn't even that expensive in context. His own territory earned over 2 million gold coins annually, meaning he could maybe buy 2 mountain giants a year, creatures more powerful than his own father, and do it without breaking the bank. That comparison reinforced just how extremely generous the portable shop's pricing really was. With this on his side, rising through the ranks felt less like a question of if, and more a question of when. Unfortunately, he still couldn't afford one yet, and didn't dare risk buying it prematurely. He stared at it a long while before reluctantly closing the shop. Next up was the monthly replication target, and Arthur already had someone in mind. Chris, the castle's guard captain, a man having peak gold knight strength. Chris was one of 5 gold knights serving under the count, and the strongest among them. He'd actually earned enough merit for his own noble title long ago, but he believed the count had saved his life once and credited every later achievement to that debt, choosing to remain loyally as a castle guard instead. Reaching him for the replication was simple enough. Arthur casually approached him with a manufactured question, touched him briefly during the conversation, and completed the copy without anyone noticing. After that, Arthur hurried back to his room, eager to check the details of his first-ever human replication. Opening the shop, he found a 4th item now sitting inside, its image a full portrait of the guard captain himself. He tapped it open. Once a guard captain for a count, brave and skilled in battle, possessing peak gold knight strength. Appearance adjustable, loyal to the buyer. Price 100,000 gold coins. Only 100,000. With the 500,000 gold coins currently at his disposal, he could maybe purchase 5 peak gold knights at once, matching the entire gold knight roster of the count's territory. And every single one would be perfectly, unconditionally loyal, which was arguably the most valuable part of the whole deal. Once again, the portable shop's value proposition left him a little stunned. As tempting as it was to watch a person appear out of thin air, Arthur wasn't about to risk calling forth anyone inside the castle itself. He decided to head out. After making his excuses, 2 silver knight guards fell in step behind him as he made his way out of the castle at the city's center. The reason his guards remained silver knights, even after a previous assassination attempt, had to do with the gold ring now on his hand. An upgraded version of the silver guardian ring called the Gold Guardian Ring. It created a barrier capable of blocking a gold knight's attacks for a full 10 minutes, leaving the wearer completely unharmed, with a recharge time of just 10 days if broken. Given how powerful that made it, its price was in the same way extreme. After the assassination attempt, the Count's mansion had sent people all the way to the imperial capital and spent a jaw-dropping 2 million gold coins getting one. Delivered into Arthur's hands only days ago. 2 million gold coins represented nearly a full year's net income for the entire territory. Neither Art nor Arena had ever received a gift on that scale. Arthur felt really grateful toward his parents for such a costly gesture, and quietly resolved to repay the family many times over someday. Putting those thoughts aside, once outside the castle, Arthur considered giving the extra armor he still owned to whichever gold knight he was about to purchase, letting them handle the sale directly. That purchased gold knight would need a space ring of their own, so he first stopped by a trader guild and spent 10,000 gold coins on an ordinary space ring holding 10 cubic meters of storage. From there, he rented a 500-square-meter courtyard tucked away in a quiet corner of the city, posted his 2 guards at the gate, and walked inside alone. The guards were puzzled by the sudden rental in such an out-of-the-way location, but it wasn't their place to question it, so they simply took up position at the gate. Arthur had chosen this secluded spot deliberately, to keep the comings and goings of whatever gold knight he purchased from drawing unwanted eyes. After very carefully checking the room and making sure if he was alone, he finally relaxed enough to open the portable shop, adjusted the purchased gold knight's appearance to something suitably ordinary, and clicked purchase. An instant later, a middle-aged man appeared a few feet away, 1.9 meters tall, powerfully built, plain-featured, dressed in coarse cloth. Before Arthur could say a word, the man dropped to one knee, bowed his head, and said with perfect respect, "My lord, what are your commands?" Seeing that submissive posture confirmed the loyalty effect the shop had promised, and Arthur smiled with satisfaction. He stepped forward, helping the man up. "I feel your loyalty. I do have something I need from you, but get up first." "Yes, my lord." Once the man stood, Arthur inspected him more closely and noticed he'd arrived with absolutely nothing beyond the clothes on his back, not worth a few copper coins. He'd expected as much, but it still stung a little that the portable shop, it seemed, wouldn't let him save even a single silver coin on the deal. Curious, he pressed further. "Tell me about your current situation, your strength, your memories, all of it." "My strength sits at peak gold knight. As for memories, I carry general knowledge of this world, along with memories of various battle techniques." "I see," Arthur said, nodding, reasonably satisfied. He didn't have all of Chris's original memories, but combat ability and basic worldly knowledge were more than enough to make him really useful. "Do you have a name?" "Yes, my lord." "Matt." That was a relief, since Arthur had always been terrible at naming things, and he suspected he'd be calling forth plenty more people in the future. Better if they already had names of their own. "Very well, Matt. I summoned you because I need something specific done. I need a large amount of gold coins, but I can't show my face selling things directly, so I need you to sell some goods from the shop on my behalf. In exchange for a big sum." Everyone purchased through the shop already knew about its existence, so Arthur wasn't worried about revealing too much to Matt himself. "My lord, this is no trouble at all. You can leave it entirely to me." Satisfied, Arthur handed over the newly purchased space ring, then bought 10 more sets of gold knight armor from the shop, spending 300,000 gold coins in total, combined with the one he'd purchased earlier while testing the shop. That made 11 full sets now lying across the courtyard floor. "These are 11 sets of gold knight armor. Sell 10 of them. The remaining one is yours. A knight shouldn't go without armor." "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." Matt dropped to one knee again, gratitude plain on his face. Arthur felt really pleased. Having such a loyal subordinate was satisfying in a way he hadn't expected. "As my subordinate, I'll make sure you're properly equipped." "Get up." "Yes." "Speaking of equipment, I don't have a spare weapon for you. Take another 100,000 gold coins, get yourself some proper clothes, and buy a weapon before you start selling." He tossed out a small mountain of coins as he spoke. Weapons of similar quality ran several times cheaper than armor, so 100,000 gold coins would easily cover a gold knight-grade weapon. "Understood, my lord. I'll leave it to you then. I'll be back here in 10 days. I will not falter, even facing death." With the plans finalized, Arthur left the rented courtyard without lingering, already looking forward to what the next 10 days would bring. Between the armor and the weapon money, he'd spent a total of 500,000 gold coins on this endeavor, leaving him with relatively little cash on hand. An uncomfortable feeling that made him all the more eager to see it pay off. He returned to the castle without further delay. Back at the courtyard, once Arthur was gone, Matt wasted no time. He stored the remaining armor and coins in his space ring, keeping the 11th set for himself, a perfectly reasonable choice given how common it was to see armored figures along the border. Drawing on the general knowledge in his memory, he made his way to the central district of Mad Lion City, the most prosperous area outside the castle grounds itself. Home to most of the territory's officials and wealthy traders, and consequently its busiest trading district. The Dawn Trader Guild, An organization with branches across several kingdoms kept an office there. That guild was exactly where Matt intended to go. 10 sets of gold knight armor would fetch at least 3 million gold coins combined, far beyond what a smaller trader guild could reasonably handle. And an organization of the Dawn Guild's size wouldn't stoop to underhanded tricks over a sale of that scale, sparing him considerable trouble. He soon arrived at a 3-story building spanning hundreds of meters. The words Dawn Trader Guild emblazoned above the entrance in ornate calligraphy that radiated its own quiet prestige. Wrapped in a black hooded cloak that concealed his face and figure entirely, Matt still found the crowd parting instinctively to let him through. His presence commanding attention despite his best efforts to blend in. A young receptionist noticed him immediately and approached with a professional smile. "May I ask, esteemed guest, what you're hoping to purchase today? I'm happy to assist." "I'm not buying, only selling." On his way there, Matt had already spent 80,000 gold coins on a knight's greatsword, leaving him with just the armor to offload. Seeing her lack of reaction, he added, "It's a large deal. Please call for someone with authority." "Understood. Please follow me to our third-floor VIP room, esteemed guest. I'll summon our manager immediately." Her expression lit up at the mention of a big deal, since any commission earned on the sale would eventually find its way to her. Matt followed her up to a modest 50-square-meter VIP room. "There are complimentary desserts, fruit, and tea on the table. Please help yourself. The manager will be with you shortly." "No rush." She was pleasant company, well-dressed, warm in her manner. Though Matt was, technically, a summoned being rather than a natural-born person, aside from his unbreakable loyalty to Arthur and his fixed strength, he behaved no differently from anyone else. Her attentiveness put him at ease. 3 minutes passed before footsteps approached, and Matt looked up to see a square-jawed middle-aged man in a purple robe entering the room, a smile on his lips and obvious curiosity in his eyes. "Hello, I'm Glenn, branch manager. May I ask your excellency what you'd like to sell? Our guild will offer a fair price." Not wanting to reveal anything about himself, Matt gave a false name on the spot. "Call me Paul. I wonder if the guild might be interested in this." He produced a single set of gold knight armor, and a full suit standing 1.9 meters tall appeared beside them both. Glenn's trained eye knew it instantly as the coveted gold knight armor, and the fact that it was brand new made the offer a lot more intriguing. Since Arthur's original set had never seen actual combat, the copy came out looking equally pristine. Since the portable shop it seemed adjusted size but not wear and tear. Even at face value, one set alone was already a big deal for the branch, and Glenn's interest was clearly piqued. "Of course we'll acquire it. The gold knight armor is every gold knight's dream, and its production process is really difficult. A great master craftsman working with a mage manages only about 4 sets a year, so demand consistently outpaces supply. The market rate typically runs 300,000 gold coins, but given its rarity and pristine condition, our guild is prepared to offer 350,000. Does that satisfy Mr. Paul?" "That works." Arthur had only paid 30,000 gold coins for this set through the shop, so anything near 300,000 already represented a 9-fold profit, more than enough to satisfy him. And now Glenn had sweetened the deal further, giving Matt no reason to hesitate. Seeing his agreement, Glenn moved to fetch payment, but Matt's next move stopped him cold. Waving the hand wearing his space ring, 9 more identical sets of armor appeared in the room. "Since we're already here, I'll sell you the remaining 9 as well. Same price, 350,000 each." "No problem there, I hope." Startled out of his composure, Glenn quickly recovered, now looking at Matt as though he'd stumbled onto a real treasure trove. 9 more brand new sets meant Matt clearly had access to a dedicated craftsman churning out knight armor. If he could be persuaded into an ongoing partnership, the profits would be enormous. "No problem at all. We'll take every set you're willing to offer, and I have to ask, does your excellency Paul have any more in stock?" "We'll purchase all of it." He studied Matt intently as he spoke, trying to glean some hint of his identity, but the hood covered too much of his face to reveal anything useful. Since Arthur had wanted to continue selling armor through this channel, Matt gave an encouraging answer. "Nothing more in stock right now, but the guild's offer satisfies me. I'll be back before long." Wonderful, then you'll be a regular customer, and I won't be stingy. How about 360,000 per set going forward? Much appreciated then. Matt agreed readily, happy to pocket the extra 10,000 per set. One condition, though. Payment must be in physical gold coins, not savings cards. That was a limitation of the portable shop itself. If it accepted balance transfers from a savings card, the whole system would descend into chaos. That's no problem, cash deals suit us fine. Glenn barely hesitated before agreeing. The minor inconvenience of physical currency was nothing compared to the profits at stake. Then a pleasure doing business. The pleasure is mine. Realizing this meant Matt intended to keep selling here going forward, Glenn responded with visible enthusiasm. After a few more pleasantries, seeing that Matt had nothing further to add, Glenn spoke up. 10 sets total comes to 3,600,000 gold coins. I don't carry that much cash on hand, so please give me a moment. I'll be right back. He returned shortly after, handing Matt a space ring loaded with the full sum. This ring is a gift. Consider it a token for our continued partnership. I'm certain we will, Matt replied warmly, satisfied after making sure of the amount. This was the very first task Arthur had ever entrusted to him, and completing it successfully felt really good. With payment secured, Matt didn't linger any longer. What Matt didn't know as he left was that, up on the third floor of that same branch, Glenn was now standing respectfully beside a purple-haired woman in a flowing white gauze dress. A figure so strikingly beautiful it was difficult to look at directly. This was Avril Dawn, president of this special branch, and the overlooked unofficial daughter of the current head of the Dawn Trader Guild. The reason she'd been assigned to a border outpost rather than a more high-status posting. President, if this individual keeps trading with us regularly, our branch's performance will improve dramatically. You might even catch the family's attention because of it. I hope so, Avril sighed softly. Only a year earlier, she'd held a presidency in the imperial capital itself, before being pushed out to this remote border territory. A demotion that still stung whenever she thought about it too long. She had little confidence left to spare these days. Neither of them spoke again for a while. Meanwhile, Arthur had already returned to the castle by the time Matt finished his business with the guild. Ever since the assassination attempt, hidden protectors sent by the Count now shadowed him whenever he wandered through Mad Lion City. And word of his unusual behavior that day surely reached a Berg's ears. His father merely smiled at the report. Seems this kid has some secrets of his own. Then, to whoever had informed him, as long as it doesn't put him in danger, leave him be. Yes, my lord. With nothing urgent to attend to besides cultivation, and unable to train endlessly without a break, Arthur decided to visit a place that always lifted his mood. One that also happened to be one of the castle's most closely guarded areas. After winding through several corridors and passing countless guards, he arrived at a courtyard tucked deep within the castle grounds. It was an unusual sight. Across 5 acres of land grew only 5 plants, wheat standing nearly 3 meters tall, grapevines as thick as a grown man's arm, roses as tall as a person, and an apple tree 10 meters high. The strangest of them all sat in the center, a small tree no taller than an average person, entirely blood-red, as though soaked in fresh blood from root to leaf, giving off an unsettling aura despite its modest size. These 5 plants were the true forms of the territory's 5 spirits. Spirits are unique to this world, unlike the forest-dwelling elves of common legend. They're magical beings born from nature itself, appearing without warning wherever something belongs really to the natural world. Whether or not you ever encounter one comes down entirely to luck. The wheat spirit born from that towering wheat, the grape spirit from the thick vine, each spirit fell into one of 3 ranks: sprite, greater spirit, and saint spirit. A sprite stands roughly the size of a human thumb, indistinguishable from a person aside from a small pair of transparent wings, making it look impossibly cute. A greater spirit grows to palm size, and a saint spirit becomes fully indistinguishable from an ordinary human, a magical feat in itself. The territory, and indeed the kingdom at large, possessed only sprites and greater spirits. Saint spirits existed purely in legend. The gap between ranks was enormous. Take the wheat spirit as an example, A sprite lives roughly 100 years, a greater spirit 300, and a saint's spirit at least 1,000 or more. That's just lifespan. In terms of function, a single wheat sprite could boost yields across 100 acres by more than tenfold, within the same way higher quality grain. A greater spirit could do the same across 1,000 acres, and a saint's spirit across 10,000. Spirits also fell into three broad categories. The wheat spirit was a plant type. Mineral types existed too, like the gold mine sprite, which increased gold ore yield, scaling with rank. And then there were special types, one of which sat right in front of Arthur now. The blood-red tree, known as the blood-tempering fruit tree, capable of purifying the bloodline of demonic beasts. Special type spirits worked a little differently than plant types. Rather than boosting yield across a wide area, they simply accelerated the maturation cycle of a single plant, often one that would normally take decades, or even a century, to bear fruit naturally. With a spirit's help, that timeline could shrink to as little as 2 years or less. In total, the territory currently held 6 spirits, 1 mineral type, 4 plant types, and 1 special type. The mineral type gold mine sprite, stationed just outside the city, generated 100,000 gold coins in income annually and could be mined all the time for a full century. The special type blood-tempering fruit tree was the only greater spirit the territory possessed, having a 300-year lifespan and shortening the tree's natural 50-year maturation cycle down to just once per year. That tree formed the very foundation of the territory's power. The 10 blood-tempering fruits it produced annually had allowed the family to cultivate more than 200 demonic beasts known as golden sharp lions, creatures whose fame shook the entire kingdom. And the reason both the territory and Aberg himself carried the fierce lion name. Demonic beasts are well known for being hard to control and difficult to tame, which explains why demonic beast cavalry regiments remain rare across the entire Kate Kingdom. The golden sharp lions here were bred from ordinary lions using the blood-tempering fruit, resulting in a far more gentle nature that allowed riders to actually bond with them. Lions specifically responded best to a secret medicine the Count had got years earlier, one that paired especially well with the fruit's properties. And that combination gave rise to the now legendary Mad Lion Cavalry Regiment. As for why Arthur considered this place so pleasant, the answer became clear immediately. Yeah. The moment he stepped into the courtyard, cheerful little cries rang out, and 4 thumb-sized figures along with 1 palm-sized figure came fluttering toward him on delicate transparent wings. All spirits, by some quirk of the world's rules, take the form of little girls, and these 5 were no exception, each one impossibly adorable. Yeah. 4 sprites and 1 greater spirit, 5 tiny companions in total, quickly reached Arthur's cheeks, nuzzling against him with warm, affectionate energy. Before long, though, their playful mischief took over, and they scrambled up onto his head, tugging at his hair for fun. These 5 adored Count Aberg above all else, their true master. Arthur and Irina were merely liked by association, fondly tolerated, and occasionally used as playthings. Arthur found it impossible to be stern with them, and honestly didn't want to be. While playing along, he quietly resolved that his next several copying opportunities would go toward these little ones. Getting his hands on more of them would prove enormously profitable down the line. Half an hour of playing later, he finally left the courtyard in clearly better spirits. 10 more days passed, and the day of Arthur's scheduled meeting with Matt arrived. He headed out early, almost buzzing with excitement, toward the rented courtyard. Once his guards were posted at the gate as usual, Arthur entered alone, closing the door behind him, and found Matt stepping out from the shadows within. Matt clenched his right fist and pressed it to his chest in salute. "My lord." This gesture mirrored something like a formal salute from Arthur's old life, a subordinate's greeting to a superior, though less rigid than kneeling. Arthur had specifically requested it, since expecting people to kneel constantly felt excessive for everyday matters, reserving the full gesture for really important occasions. Arthur nodded in acknowledgement. "How did the armor sales go? How much did you bring in?" Matt produced a space ring. "I sold all 10 sets to the Dawn Trader Guild here in the city, 360,000 gold coins each, 3,600,000 total. Add the 20,000 left over from your weapon allowance, and this ring holds 3,620,000 gold coins in all." A wide smile broke across Arthur's face. Not bad at all. 360,000 per suit is well beyond what I expected. Keep the remaining 20,000 for yourself. A gold knight should have some money of his own. Arthur retrieved the 3,600,000 from the ring, loaded in 10 more sets of armor, and handed the ring back to Matt along with the 20,000 gold coins. Thank you, my lord. Matt accepted gladly, glad to have some spending money of his own for once. As for why Arthur was still only handing over 10 sets at a time, rather than everything he had, there were reasons. First, spreading sales across too many traders would only increase the odds of attracting attention, which he wanted to avoid for now. Second, 10 days had passed since the initial sale without a single rumor circulating through the territory, making sure of the Dawn Trader Guild's discretion could be trusted. And finally, 10 sets every 10 days already represented an enormous sum, more than the entire territory's yearly income. And Arthur worried that offloading too much at once might overwhelm a single branch's available cash reserves. With the exchange complete, Arthur was about to leave when Matt called him back. My lord, one more matter. People from the Count's mansion have been watching this location in secret these past 10 days. Their strength tops out around silver rank, so they haven't noticed me. They only investigated during the first few days after your arrival and haven't returned since, though it seems they've come back again today. I understand, Arthur said simply. Matters concerning the Count's mansion weren't Matt's to question, only report, so he fell silent after delivering the news. Arthur suspected his father had quietly assigned protection detail, so he didn't concern himself with it further. His thoughts were consumed instead by how really, staggeringly rich he'd just become. At 100,000 gold coins apiece, he could now buy over 30 meteor shower scrolls, enough to wipe out an army 300,000 strong without breaking a sweat. Even a mountain giant, unstoppable against Earth Knights and priced at 1,000,000 gold coins each, was suddenly within reach 3 times over. His sense of security had never felt stronger. A faint, satisfied smile lingered on his face for days after that. 20 more days passed, bringing the calendar into May. During that stretch, Matt completed 2 extra deals with the Dawn Trader Guild, adding another 7,200,000 gold coins to Arthur's holdings. Combined with what remained from before, his total savings crept toward 10 million gold coins, a really astronomical sum that kept his mood consistently buoyant. Just as Arthur had suspected, one deal every 10 days had already reached the branch's practical limit, though the guild promised increased purchasing capacity within a few months. Even so, 10 million gold coins moving through in a single month was a shocking figure, extrapolating to over 100 million annually, roughly matching what Arthur estimated the entire royal family earned in a year. But wealth on that scale came with a problem. His own strength remained woefully insufficient to protect it. His strongest trump card, a mountain giant at Earth Knight level, sat 2 full ranks below the kingdom's strongest known powerhouse, a legendary knight. Guarding fortunes this size properly would require at least a Sky Knight-level protector. Arthur began weighing whether to abandon his plan of duplicating more sprites in favor of securing a really powerful expert instead, someone capable of safeguarding everything he'd built. It all depended on what this new month's portable shop draw offered. Land a Sky Knight or higher, and he'd proceed with the sprites as planned. Come up empty, and he'd beg his mother to introduce him to his grandfather, Duke Griffin, a real Sky Knight himself, someone he could potentially replicate if no better option presented itself. Approaching any other Sky Knight directly simply wasn't realistic. So everything hinged on May's random draw. Following the same ritual as before, bathing and murmuring prayers to every deity he could name, Arthur clicked the lottery button alone in his room, expectations running high. The box shook violently and an image emerged, a man in armor radiating an obvious, extraordinary presence. It became the 5th item in his shop. A person and a knight at that. Surprised, since this marked his first time drawing an actual human being, Arthur clicked to examine the description immediately. Captain of the Royal Knights during the fall of a kingdom, a true warrior who fought until his final moment. Possesses peak Sky Knight strength. Price 10 million gold coins. His first reaction wasn't triumph that the shop had finally delivered exactly what he'd hoped for. Instead, reading between the lines of that description, this Sky Knight was very likely already dead. That the portable shop could, it seemed, pull from the deceased hadn't crossed his mind before, and the implications sent a fresh wave of excitement through him. If it could do this, who knew what surprises still awaited him down the line? His excitement lasted a good while, right up until he registered the 10 million gold coin price tag, which drew his brows together. Not that the price itself bothered him. For a peak Sky Knight, 10 million was really a bargain. His own grandfather, Duke Griffin, earned at least 20 million gold coins annually, and his entire family boasted only a single Sky Knight, Duke Griffin himself. What frustrated Arthur was simpler. He only had 9.9 million gold coins on hand, 100,000 short of what he needed. The gap felt maddening given how close he was. His impatience made waiting another 10 days for the next scheduled deal unbearable, so he started brainstorming faster alternatives. A solution soon came to him, one that would serve double duty. Arthur had always felt his home territory's military strength ran a bit thin. Beyond his parents, both powerhouses well above gold rank, only 5 gold knights remained under the Count's direct command. Respectable for a Count-level territory, sure, but not enough in Arthur's eyes, mainly with his own developing territory still needing a reliable rear guard. He could now copy and redeem 5 peak gold knights, have them formally pledge allegiance to his home territory, then arrange for all 5 to voluntarily request a 10-year contract paid entirely up front, generating a large lump sum in the process. A peak gold knight typically commanded an annual salary of at least 50,000 gold coins. 5 knights signing decade-long contracts meant 2.5 million gold coins flowing directly into Arthur's hands, while simultaneously strengthening his family's territory. 2 birds, 1 stone, exactly the kind of understanding he liked. As for earning the territory's trust, the magical contracts Arthur had in mind weren't mere paperwork. On the magic-infused continent of gods, such contracts came with real binding restrictions that prevented any funny business. Even accounting for the cost, typically running into the tens of thousands of gold coins, that price paled next to the value of 5 guaranteed loyal gold knights. As long as the 5 agreed to sign, Arthur felt confident the territory wouldn't turn away that kind of reinforcement, even if the sudden windfall left everyone scratching their heads over where these knights had come from. Events unfolded exactly as he'd anticipated. He summoned 5 gold knights in an isolated corner of the city, outfitted each with a set of gold knight armor and a space ring, and sent them off to formally pledge allegiance to the Count's mansion. That single move cost Arthur 700,000 gold coins between the calling forth fees, the armor, and the rings, but the territory's reaction was pure astonishment. Peak gold knights weren't common, and nobody had ever heard of these 5 before. Hesitation gave way to interest once the knights proposed a magical contract, requiring only an advance payment of 10 years' salary. Count Berg ultimately couldn't resist the appeal of 5 extra peak gold knights and slowly nodded his approval. A magical contract eliminated any risk of betrayal, and the knights' willingness to request payment up front lent their story a certain credibility. After all, a stranger asking for nothing while pledging loyalty would have raised far more suspicion. Naturally, full trust wouldn't come overnight. For the first few years, the 5 would likely be assigned simple guard duties, treated as honored guests while the territory watched and waited. The Count's mansion kept their arrival quiet, avoiding any unnecessary commotion. On the very day the 5 entered service, Arthur quietly collected 2 million gold coins from their advance payments, leaving the remaining 500,000 for the knights themselves to manage. That brought his total savings to 11.35 million gold coins, leaving him comfortably over 1 million even after finally purchasing his Sky Knight. Early the next morning, Arthur slipped out of the castle, found a quiet corner of the city, and completed the purchase. He didn't need this Sky Knight's personal protection just yet, since his safety depended entirely on keeping his identity as the armor supplier hidden. So instead, his orders were to shadow Matt from the shadows, eliminating anyone who noticed something amiss and got greedy about it. Matt's cover hadn't been blown, but precautions never hurt. Arthur also decided he'd stop meeting Matt directly going forward, routing all future exchanges through this new Sky Knight instead, an extra layer of insurance against exposure. With that silent protector watching over everything, Arthur's lingering unease finally settled. 10 more days passed, and Matt completed another deal with the Dawn Trader Guild. Just as Arthur assumed things were proceeding as usual, Matt brought him an unexpected piece of news. The guild had been quietly shipping most of the Gold Knight armor sets to other provinces for resale, out of consideration for Matt's request for discretion, which meant the local branch was profiting financially without gaining much power within the broader empire. According to the guild, expanding their branch's local power was essential to increasing future deal limits. So they wanted permission to sell knight armor in bulk directly within Mad Lion City itself. Arthur immediately knew the increased quota justification as a convenient excuse. No trader guild turns away profit. The real motive was almost certainly personal ambition on the branch president's part, hoping to raise her standing within the guild's ranking system faster. A month earlier, Arthur might have refused, wary of the extra attention. But with a Sky Knight now watching over everything, the risk felt manageable. More importantly, the guild didn't strictly need his permission to decide where they resold the armor in the first place. Since they were showing this much cooperation, Arthur saw no reason to make things difficult. He agreed. On the guild's end, once Matt delivered word of approval, Avril, who'd rarely smiled since her demotion to this border branch, broke into an expression of real, unguarded joy. Glenn, standing quietly nearby, hurried to offer his congratulations. The force behind Paul has sold us 40 sets of Gold Knight armor so far, more than enough proof of their capability. I don't foresee any issues going forward. Now that they've agreed to local sales, the armor will move directly through this branch, generating hundreds of millions in annual turnover. A sum like that might even outshine the Imperial Capital branch itself, and selling such high-status armor in bulk will only raise our fame further. I believe we'll soon become the top Dawn Trader Guild branch in the entire empire. Before long, I expect the president himself will take notice of your efforts, young miss. And those who pushed you out here will have nothing left to say. I truly am grateful to Paul and whoever stands behind him, Avril replied, a real warmth in her expression that hadn't been there a month earlier. Arthur, of course, had no idea he'd inadvertently earned a young woman's gratitude. Around this time, having secured his father's permission, Arthur made his way to a gold mine just outside the city, home to the territory's sixth spirit, the gold mine sprite. For someone with a portable shop, gold coins were everything, which made this sprite his obvious first replication target, given its ability to all the time generate gold ore, essentially free money. A sprite, once it acknowledges a master, remains bound to that person for life, refusing any other master even if the original dies, choosing instead to waste away from grief. That fierce loyalty was part of what made these creatures so endearing, and also explained why the mine required relatively light security, just 5 silver knights and 10 bronze knights. Mainly given its proximity to the city itself, where extra troops could arrive quickly if needed. Arthur knew all the guards himself and moved through without any friction, soon standing before the thumb-sized, gleaming golden sprite. After playing with it briefly, he attempted the replication, only to discover that simply touching the little creature didn't work. His heart skipped, worried sprites couldn't be copied at all. But the answer soon became clear. Touching the sprite's original form instead, the special gold ore itself completed the copy successfully. Still not fully at ease, he immediately checked the new item's description. A piece of gold ore infused with the power of miracles, capable of nurturing a matching gold mine sprite. A sprite lives roughly 100 years and produces gold ore worth 100,000 gold coins annually. Price 10,000 gold coins. A note followed. Given that this type of sprite effectively produces gold coins, unrestricted purchasing would destabilize the shop's entire pricing system. So a cap applied, 100 purchases per year. Reading that limitation, a small wave of disappointment washed over Arthur. As expected, exploiting the portable shop as an infinite money glitch wasn't going to be quite that simple. If purchases were unlimited, he could have found some empty stretch of land, bought endless sprites, and quietly amassed unimaginable wealth. But no system worked that cleanly. Still, on reflection, 100 gold mine sprites annually still amounted to 10 million gold coins worth of value. Hardly something to complain about. He shouldn't get too greedy. Feeling a lot better, Arthur finished the replication, spent a little more time with the little sprite, and eventually returned to the city. A month and a half later, only a week remained before the 3-month deadline on Arthur's settling mission. Under a blazing sun, Arthur sweated through drills in the training field, his knight's sword whistling all the time through the air. Cross slash. With a shout building in his chest, he swung the blade twice in rapid succession, cutting the wooden training dummy clean into 4 pieces. A muffled sound echoed from somewhere deep within his body immediately after that. His strength had finally broken through, from early-stage bronze to middle-stage bronze. That progress brought a satisfied smile to his exhausted face. Under normal situations, this breakthrough would have taken at least half a year rather than the 3 months it actually took, a difference owed entirely to some outside help. First, a fist-sized battle chi crystal, worth 100 gold coins, a rare mineral capable of boosting battle chi cultivation speed by roughly 50%. But the crystal alone wasn't enough. The real difference came from a special potion Count Aberg had brought him a few days prior, crafted from a fruit similar to the blood-tempering fruit and processed by a potioneer. A specialized branch of mages, into something specifically designed to accelerate a knight's cultivation. A single bottle of that potion had advanced his progress by roughly 3 months, letting him hit middle stage bronze right in the middle of his settling preparations. After trying it once, Arthur found himself more than a little tempted to make it a habit, though the price, over 10,000 gold coins per bottle, and its scarcity kept that from being practical for now. If the potion hadn't been restricted to once monthly use, or if its effects on bronze cultivation weren't already so big, the price would likely have run even higher. There were presumably similar potions out there with even stronger effects for silver or gold knights, though Arthur had no immediate need for those. Still worth having on hand eventually, so he quietly commissioned the Dawn Trader Guild to keep an eye out, planning to copy any future bottle before drinking it, since finding more wouldn't be easy. Over that month, beyond his own modest strength gains, Mad Lion City itself had changed a lot. Sales of the Gold Knight armor through the local Dawn Trader Guild branch had significantly boosted the branch's profile, drawing eager gold knights from across the region who rushed to the city hoping to buy a set sooner rather than later. Combined with the ongoing development decree, more and more opportunists gathered at the border, adding steady pressure to the Count's administration. Fortunately, Aberg kept things firmly under control, and no serious chaos had broken out yet. As Matt's deal volume with the guild continued climbing, it was sure to happen that some cracks would eventually show. Whenever curious parties tried digging deeper into Matt's background, though every agent they sent out turned up dead under violent situations. The obvious work of the Sky Knight watching from the shadows. That grim pattern rattled several factions enough to keep them from acting recklessly, at least for the time being. Between that scrutiny and his upcoming leaving for the barren plains, Arthur concluded that conducting deals every 10 days had become unnecessarily frequent. After over a month of steady growth, the Dawn Trader Guild's branch in Mad Lion City had expanded enough that even monthly deals would likely still generate large gold. With that in mind, Arthur planned to explain the new understanding to the guild during Matt's next scheduled meeting, 5 days out. Over that same month, Matt completed 4 total deals with the guild, netting Arthur a clean 13.2 million gold coins, bringing his total savings to 14.55 million, leaving over 4 million even after purchasing another Sky Knight, a comfort that settled his nerves completely. Meanwhile, despite departing for his own territory soon, the small city Arthur would eventually govern had already been fully constructed within the buffer zone. Shaped like a compact fortress, it stood protected by a 15-meter-high wall against potential orc incursions, sized to house 30,000 people living there. Count Aberg had already relocated 10,000 people there, garrisoned by 1,000 regular troops and 2 full knight squads, each squad comprising 1 silver knight and 9 bronze knights. For a combined defense force strong enough to hold up against small-scale orc raids, exceeding what most average barons could field. 50 miles beyond Arthur's town, other towns of varying size dotted the landscape, some similar to his own small city. Others little more than 1,000 people living there behind 2-meter earthen walls, all belonging to ambitious pioneers chasing real noble titles of their own. Larger cities remained rare for good reason. Building oversized risked drawing disproportionate orc attention without much practical benefit, while smaller, scattered towns spread that risk and helped everyone survive longer collectively. Beyond that, constructing anything large simply cost a fortune, well beyond what most pioneers, who weren't exactly the kingdom's elite, could afford. Arthur's situation was the exception, purely because he preferred to avoid drawing early attention to himself. Notably, the orcs hadn't launched a single attack against any of these developing territories during those 3 months. Thanks to the kingdom's own forces waging guerrilla warfare deep within the barren plains, keeping orc attention occupied elsewhere, and giving every pioneer a fair chance to establish themselves. By now, most territories had finished their basic construction, and even another 3 months wouldn't meaningfully change that for the ones still lagging behind. Which meant the kingdom's army would soon withdraw, and the real test for these newly minted lords was about to begin. Much of the speed behind Arthur's own construction, and everyone else's, came down to earth mages, a standard higher among the wealthy. For those without money, when the orcs eventually came, a flimsy 2-meter earthen wall would end up being their grave. A week passed quickly, bringing the new month, July, and the day of Arthur's leaving from Mad Lion City. 2 days earlier, Matt had completed one final deal in the city with the Dawn Trader Guild, bringing in another 3.3 million gold coins. While the guild formally confirmed that monthly deals going forward would work perfectly fine for their side. By this point, Arthur's portable shop had accumulated 2 copying chances and 2 random draws, all of which he used the day before leaving. The 2 random draws yielded obsidian and a Gale crossbow. Obsidian, entirely black yet remarkably durable, similar to steel, able to hold up against powerful physical impacts while offering a degree of spell resistance. Only a full-strength strike from an Earth Knight could meaningfully damage it. Price 10 gold coins per cubic meter. Gale repeating crossbow. Fires 3 arrows in rapid succession, enchanted with magic that lets its bolts fly swift and silent as the wind itself. Maintaining full power out to 300 meters, a silver knight without proper protective gear couldn't hold up against its force through battle chi alone. Price 500 gold coins. Bolts sold separately. Ordinary iron bolts at 100 per gold coin, armor-piercing bolts at 10 per gold coin. Solid finds, both of them, though clearly less impressive than his previous 3 draws. Random luck, it seemed, didn't guarantee a jackpot every time. He might just as easily draw a plane tree branch someday, a thought that made him shudder involuntarily. As for the 2 copying opportunities, Arthur used one to copy a bag of high-quality wheat flour, reasoning that feeding the growing population under his care would require serious food reserves. And finished flour was simpler to manage than trying to grow and mill his own wheat from scratch, mainly since a single wheat sprite only boosted yields across 100 acres. Not nearly enough on its own. For his final copying, Arthur realized his growing team lacked anyone capable of serious healing. Healing magic belonged primarily to life and light element mages, with water element mages managing a partial version, like his own mother. But replicating a family member felt uncomfortably strange to him, so instead, he chose to copy a life element magister entirely unrelated to his family. The day of leaving had finally arrived, and the entire family gathered once more at the castle. Count and Countess, elder brother, elder sister, and Arthur himself, all seated together at a long table, quietly sharing breakfast as though nothing unusual was happening, even as worry flickered occasionally across their faces. After a long silence, Aberg, as head of the family, spoke first. "I won't say anything unnecessary. Just be careful out there. Don't worry, everyone. I fully intend to build a real territory in the barren plains. Besides, you all know how well prepared my small city already is. Father's plans are excellent. Barring a full-scale orc army assault, there's nothing to worry about." Sensing the mood growing heavy, Irina, ever the light-hearted one, jumped in. "Third brother's little city sits just 20 li from our own border. If real trouble ever hits and he sends a signal, our border army will reach him within minutes. Beyond the usual maids and butler, we're sending 1 gold knight from the mansion, along with 20 members of the Mad Lion Cavalry Regiment, 2 silver rank and 18 bronze knights. Riding demonic beasts, that cavalry can overpower enemy forces 3 to 5 times their number. With that kind of force behind you, Even an established Viscount's territory would struggle against you. We can rest easier knowing that. Art, Arena, and Arthur all showed real surprise as Charlotte spoke, very carefully moved by their parents' generosity. Thank you, Father, Mother. I'll be careful and I will succeed. Aberg nodded slowly, having already noticed his son's odd behavior over recent months without ever pressing him about it, silently hoping this boy still had a surprise or two left to reveal. We believe in you. Third brother will absolutely succeed. The rest of the family echoed their support in turn. An hour later, Arthur stood fully prepared at Mad Lion City's main gate. Since provisions and daily necessities had already been shipped ahead to his small city, along with an advanced team of butlers, maids, and administrators. The departing group numbered fewer than 30 people, the 21 warriors the Count had mentioned earlier, plus Arthur himself and his personal maid, Corona. Arthur, clad in silver-white gold knight armor, sat astride a tall white horse at the head of the line of people, radiating the kind of presence storybooks describe. Beside him, Corona, a real silver knight in her own right, wore matching knight's armor that failed entirely to hide her striking figure, her silver hair completing a look that was equal parts elegant and fierce. Chris rode nearby as the sole gold knight of the group, the same man Arthur had quietly copied months earlier. His selection by the Count, a clear sign of just how seriously his father took Arthur's safety. The remaining 20 riders sat astride elite mad lions, metal-element demonic beasts whose skin ran hard as actual metal, claws and teeth gleaming with a cold, unsettling shine. Even the 18 bronze-ranked lions among them, the weakest of the group, stood a full 2 meters tall, an imposing sight on their own. The 2 silver-ranked lions carried by the Silver Knight riders towered even higher, reaching 3 full meters, radiating an oppressive presence that dwarfed everything else in the line of people. No ordinary cavalry could hope to stand against a charge like that, which explained why the Golden Sharp Lion cavalry could reliably defeat 3 times their own numbers in combat. Riding a demonic beast wasn't something you could simply decide to do, however. Bonding with one typically required years of cultivation from childhood, or an unfamiliar rider risked becoming dinner instead of a partner. Which was why Arthur and the other 2 humans in the lead still rode ordinary horses. Under Count Aberg's watchful gaze, Arthur took a deep breath and called out, "Depart." At his command, the line of people, a force capable of matching an established Viscount's army, thundered off into the distance. Word of Arthur's leaving for the barren plains had already spread through the territory, thanks to earlier tax collection visits to his small city. And given how deeply this border region despised the orcs who'd repeatedly raided them over the years, commoners lined the gate to send him off. Lord Arthur, travel safely. Lord Arthur, make sure you kill plenty of orcs. Arthur raised a hand and waved back at the well-wishers without slowing his pace. Their destination, the barren plains, lay a solid 5 or 6 hours of continuous riding from Mad Lion City, the territory's central hub, and with the day already well underway. Arthur had no time to spare for delays. 6 hours later, as the sun dimmed toward evening, the group finally crossed the border and arrived at the small city that now belonged entirely to Arthur. Still a few hundred meters out, Arthur's pace slowed unconsciously, an odd feeling settling over him as he took in the sight of his city bathed in the golden light of sunset. Here, finally, he could act fully on his own terms. As his speed dropped, the whole line of people slowed with him. Corona and the others exchanged puzzled glances, but said nothing, their sense of duty keeping any questions unspoken. After standing still for over a minute, Arthur finally said simply, "Go," and the group resumed their approach. Word of their new lord's impending arrival had already reached the city's people living there, and by the time Arthur's party approached the gates, well over 10,000 people had gathered there. Waiting, seeing 20 riders mounted on golden sharp lions trailing behind Arthur, the crowd froze in stunned silence. Ordinary people rarely stayed calm, facing down 20 massive demonic beasts charging their way. I've heard how formidable the Count's ace cavalry is. Seeing it in person, the rumors don't do it justice. Indeed, with cavalry like that under Lord Arthur's command, we'll be far safer here. As the group drew closer, a sharp voice cut through the murmuring crowd near the front. Silence. The magistrate, one of the town's 4 senior leaders, had spoken. Those 4 leaders included Pusen, the butler assigned to Arthur by the Count, son of the mansion's own head butler and therefore unquestionably loyal. A serious man in his 30s who carried himself with obvious competence. Then there was Charles, the territory's magistrate, someone Arthur had never met before this appointment, only learning his name while reviewing territorial paperwork days earlier. Charles, also in his 30s, had none of the corrupt, self-serving look Arthur half expected from a government worker, carrying instead an honest bearing. The remaining 2 were the captains of the small city's 2-knight squads, both silver knights who no longer impressed Arthur much given his current resources, hardly worth introducing in detail. As Arthur and his party approached, the assembled crowd knelt in unison at the leader's signal, warriors and nobility on one knee, commoners on both, all voices rising together. "Welcome, Lord Arthur." The unified shout of over 10,000 voices carried real weight, stirring something in Arthur's chest despite himself. An unexpected surge of pride at the sheer scope of the authority now resting on his shoulders. So this was what it felt like to command real loyalty. Riding forward slowly, he scanned the kneeling crowd and nodded. "Everyone rise, I've seen your sincerity." Once the crowd stood, he continued, "You are all my subjects now, and as your lord, I intend to protect your safety and improve your lives to the fullest extent I can. In return, I ask that you work diligently to help this territory prosper. I believe that neither the barren plains nor the orcs can stop us from building a better future here. I will make this a place worth living in. Just wait and see." "We believe in Lord Arthur," the crowd answered once more in perfect unison. Satisfied, Arthur dismounted and approached the 4 leaders directly. "You must be Charles Pusen." "Yes, my lord. I'm very pleased with this welcome. It's getting late, so please get everyone settled inside the city. I'll head to the castle first. Come report the full situation to me once you're able." "Understood, my lord." None of the 4 had any objection to his plan. Back on his horse, Arthur made his way toward the castle at the city's center, an impressive fortress spanning roughly 10 mu, impregnable by any reasonable measure. He took one look and felt really pleased. At the entrance, 30 maids in matching uniforms stood waiting silently. "Welcome, Lord Arthur." Since bowing was more practical than kneeling in their attire, they offered a respectful bow instead. "Everyone please rise." A slightly older maid stepped forward from the group. "Lord Arthur, I'm Mitna, head maid of this castle. You've traveled hard all day and must be exhausted. We've prepared hot water for a bath, should you wish to rest." "That would be wonderful. Thank you for your hard work." "It's my duty." With Mitna handled, Arthur turned his attention to the 20 Mad Lion cavalry members behind him, far too large to comfortably lodge inside the castle itself. "Chris, your strength as a gold knight makes you the strongest in my territory right now, so you'll take command of my army for the time being." Before Chris could even respond, Arthur continued, "Your first task is settling these golden sharp lions. The military camp on the city's north side should accommodate them well enough." "Go on." "Very well, Lord Arthur." Chris understood the tone well enough not to argue. Once Chris departed with the 20 cavalrymen, only Corona remained by Arthur's side. Together they walked to the private bedroom, set aside exclusively for him. "Corona, you've ridden hard all day too. Go wash up. You don't need to attend me any further tonight." "Understood." Finally alone, Arthur spoke into the empty air. "Victor." "What are your orders, Lord Arthur?" came the reply, and a tall, handsome knight appeared behind him. This was Victor, the Peak Sky Knight Arthur had purchased months earlier, now following him all the way to the barren plains for continued protection. Victor had brought Arthur a real surprise upon purchase, revealing himself as a rare variant trait chi user, specifically lightning trait. Victor's memories, retained from his purchase, included exactly the kind of advanced lightning cultivation knowledge Arthur desperately needed, an unexpected windfall on top of everything else. Arthur had since switched his entire training regimen to follow Victor's methods, and had already learned 2 new battle techniques from him, lightning flash for movement and thunder slash for attack. One for mobility, one for offense, more than enough for the time being. As for Matt, who'd already drawn plenty of attention across Mad Lion City by this point, there was little to worry about. Anyone smart enough to build real power wouldn't act recklessly without first understanding exactly whose backing Matt enjoyed. And Matt himself, a peak gold knight in his own right, remained essentially untouchable short of an Earth Knight taking direct action against him. Hearing Victor's voice, Arthur turned with a smile. "No orders, I just wanted to confirm you're here. Keep staying hidden." "As you command." With his most lethal asset confirmed close by, Arthur felt really at ease and went to wash up. An hour later, dressed in a simple brown silk robe, Arthur took the main seat in the castle's reception hall. Corona and Poussin stood behind him, while several key figures of the territory sat below, Magistrate Charles, Chris, as the territory's sole visible gold knight, and the 4 silver knight captains of the knight squads. All 6 watched him expectantly, waiting for instructions. Arthur turned first to Charles. "Go ahead and brief everyone on the territory's current situation." "As you command, Lord Arthur." Charles rose and bowed before addressing the group. "This city was built over 3 months and can comfortably house 30,000 people living there. Every building is constructed from stone, keeping interiors warm in winter and cool in summer, minimizing a lot of common hardships. Regarding population, the Count originally relocated 10,000 young adults here, roughly 70% male to 30% female. In the 2 weeks before your arrival, word of the Count's and your own fame drew extra refugees seeking shelter. After careful selection, I approved 2,000 extra settlers, bringing our current commoner population to 12,000. Militarily, we have a regular army of 1,000 soldiers and 41 knights, including Captain Chris. Supplies are well stocked, enough to support 30,000 people for a full year, so there's no immediate concern there. Our only real gap is cultivated farmland. We currently have none. I'd appreciate your guidance on how to address our long-term food supply, my lord." Arthur, already holding a steady stream of discount flour through his own commercial channels, wasn't especially worried about this. Have people begin reclaiming farmland as they're able. We likely won't be self-sufficient for the first year or 2, but I'll ensure any shortfall is covered. Don't concern yourself over it. Then I have no further concerns, my lord. Arthur's attention shifted to Chris next. Since that covers everything else, I have an appointment to announce. Chris, your strength speaks for itself, so you'll take command of this territory's 1,000-strong regular army and 40 knights. Thank you, my lord. I will give everything I have, Chris said, rising quickly to kneel on one knee, expressing his loyalty with obvious sincerity. On the continent of gods, strength commanded respect, so the remaining 4 silver knight captains raised no objection at all. Good. I believe in you. After further discussion clarified the territory's civilian and military affairs to his satisfaction, Arthur felt there was little left to cover. I've only just arrived and am still getting familiar with things here. I'll issue further instructions in the coming days. That will be all for now. You may return to your duties. As the group prepared to leave, Chris spoke up before departing. Lord Arthur, one more matter deserves mention, the question of castle security. Go on. Before your arrival, only 50 ordinary soldiers guarded this castle. Clearly insufficient now that you're here. I recommend assigning at least 2 knight squads to the castle's defense. If it suits you, I can continue serving concurrently as captain of the castle guard. Arthur considered it and found the suggestion reasonable. Though he had Victor's hidden protection, nobody else knew that, and maintaining a credible visible defense mattered for appearances. Assign 2 knight squads to rotate day and night at the castle. But Chris, you're needed with the army, so staying here full-time wouldn't work for you. As for my personal safety, even facing a gold knight-level threat, I have my own ways of handling it. Don't worry. Chris looked slightly uneasy at being excused from castle duty, but seeing no hint of deception in Arthur's expression, he let the matter drop. Understood, the hour grows late. I won't disturb you further. Take your leave, Charles and the others echoed, filing out one after another. The next morning, Arthur woke on his new mattress, having barely slept a wink the night before. Whether it was the change in location or simply the thrill of finally holding real, unrestricted authority, excitement had kept him tossing well into the night. As much as the Count and Countess had always treated him well back home, he'd still been operating under their rules. Here in the barren plains, every decision within his territory belonged to him alone, a feeling that left him almost buzzing. After lying still for a while, letting his mind settle, Arthur finally rose to begin his morning cultivation. Corona was already waiting, having long since adjusted her own schedule to wake an hour before him every single day, ensuring she was ready the moment he opened his eyes. An understanding that made her, in Arthur's eyes, the perfect personal maid. With her help, he finished washing up quickly and headed to the castle's training grounds. For once, he didn't feel like training alone, glancing instead toward Corona waiting nearby. It struck him that her knight's armor from yesterday actually suited her better than her usual maid's uniform, her cool, oval face and shoulder-length silver hair, paired with form-fitting armor giving her a striking, composed presence. "Put on your armor. Let's spar." "Yes, Lord Arthur." A perfectly reasonable request, and she went to change without hesitation. While she did, Arthur donned his own gold knight armor as well. Sparring carried real risk, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Moments later, the two faced off across the training ground, staring at each other through the narrow, cross-shaped slits of their helmets, the mood turning serious. Arthur's strength, still only middle-stage bronze, sat far below Corona's early-stage silver. With no realistic hope of winning outright, he treated this purely as practice and launched the first strike. At his current bronze-tier strength, Arthur couldn't yet unleash the full power of his learned battle techniques. Even so, when he activated Lightning Flash Step, his speed multiplying several times over, Corona, operating at silver rank, could still track his movements barely. As Arthur lunged behind her, she spun immediately and raised her sword to block, sparks flying with the sharp clang of steel meeting steel. Outmatched in raw strength given the rank difference, Arthur retreated rather than press the exchange. For the remainder of the spar, he attacked all the time while Corona defended, essentially serving as his sparring dummy. Had she used her true strength, coating her blade with her ice-straight chi, Arthur would have frozen solid long before now. Nobody fights an ice-straight knight at full power for long without serious consequences. Arthur understood the gap between them perfectly well, and it didn't discourage him in the slightest. If he closed the distance to silver rank himself, gaining the ability to coat his own body in chi, Corona's ice trait would stop being a concern entirely. For now, he simply focused on refining his battle techniques through repetition, feeling the pressure he placed on her steadily building with each exchange. An hour later, an exhausted Arthur stood panting heavily. Corona, drenched in sweat, remarked, "As expected of lightning trait chi, one of the most dominant types out there. If you push your rank up to late-stage bronze, young master, combined with that battle technique, I might not even be able to react to your speed." Once he'd caught his breath, Arthur looked at the woman who just spent an hour handing him his own defeat and smiled. "Corona, what are your dreams? Your cultivation talent is really impressive. It feels like a waste, just serving as a maid." Ah, caught off guard, Corona's already flushed cheeks deepened further, clearly a little embarrassed by the compliment. Recovering quickly, she waved her hands. "I don't really have dreams like that. If anything, I just want to stay by your side and serve you, young master. Please don't ever send me away." Arthur had really been considering training her toward commanding an entire demonic beast cavalry regiment someday, if she'd wanted that. But since she clearly didn't, he had no intention of pushing the idea. Besides, keeping a beauty with a cool exterior and a really gentle heart close by wasn't exactly a hardship. Seeing her on the verge of tears, he quickly reassured her. "As long as you want to serve as my maid, you'll always have that place. For your whole life, if that's what you want. Don't worry." "Really?" she asked, brightening instantly, needing to hear it confirmed. "Really? Wonderful, thank you, young master." Watching her light up over something so simple, Arthur thought to himself that keeping someone with this kind of personality close, by really, was the right call. By the time his cultivation session ended, the sky had already lit up fully. Famished, Arthur ate heartily, mostly meat, since night cultivation burned through considerable energy. Fortunately, this world's cuisine used far more spices than his old life had, giving even simple meat dishes real flavor, sparing his stomach any complaints. After breakfast and washing up, Arthur had planned a walking tour of the city, but Magistrate Charles arrived with news that changed his schedule. "My lord, 2 visitors have arrived, each bringing 11 attendants of at least bronze knight rank." They claim to be lords from neighboring territories and wish to pay their respects, having heard of your arrival. Shall I let them in? Realizing he'd likely be dealing with these neighbors regularly going forward, Arthur nodded. Let them in, but first have Chris and the two golden sharp lion squads assemble. Understood, my lord. Charles caught on immediately that Arthur wanted a subtle show of strength to discourage any bad intentions. Shortly after, Arthur waited quietly in the reception hall while Chris and 20 golden sharp lion knights lined up at the castle gate to greet the arriving lords. As it turned out, the two visiting lords hadn't actually traveled together originally, only crossing paths en route and deciding to arrive jointly. That either of them had managed to establish territory this close to Arthur's, right up against the border, suggested serious backing behind them both. Anyone without ability or connections ended up settling closer to the orcs instead, the unlucky first line of defense. Their military strength, unsurprisingly, closely mirrored Arthur's own, 1 gold knight, 1 silver knight, and 9 bronze knights each. Their mounts, however, were ordinary horses, sturdier than average and showing faint signs of demonic power, but nowhere near true demonic beasts. When their group encountered the 2 squads of golden sharp lion knights waiting 50 meters from the gate, their horses reared back in terror, refusing to advance any further. Both lords had to dismount and finish the approach on foot, visibly rattled. Chris, standing at the gate, gave no indication he'd noticed anything unusual, stepping forward to address the 2 men leading the group. My lord awaits you both in the castle's reception hall. He wishes to see only the 2 of you. We'll arrange comfortable accommodations for the rest of your party in the meantime. Does that suit you? Having already expected as much, neither man objected. After instructing their attendants to wait, the 2 followed Chris inside. In the reception room, Arthur waited briefly before 2 handsome men in their 20s entered behind Chris, both clearly older than the 16-year-old lord they'd come to meet. Though that made sense given how unusual it was for someone Arthur's age, still only bronze knight rank, to be settling territory at all. Lord Arthur, these are the 2 lords holding territory to your left and right, Chris announced. Thank you for your effort. You may step out. Yes, my lord. Once Chris departed, the 2 visitors finally introduced themselves. Hello, Baron Arthur. I'm Butler Kadri, you can simply call me Butler. I come from the Kadri family of Alan Province, and my territory sits to your left. Everyone who'd come to Pioneer defaulted to being addressed as Baron by mutual courtesy, though official titles wouldn't be granted until the war against the orcs concluded in 3 years' time. Beside me is Martin Sane, also of Alan Province from the Sane family. His territory sits to your right. We didn't actually know each other beforehand. We simply met along the way and got acquainted. Martin offered only a nod in confirmation, clearly the quieter of the 2, letting Butler take the lead in conversation. Arthur turned their identities over in his mind. The Kadri and Sane families represented Alan Province's 2 great marquis houses, positioning them well above his own count-level family in raw standing. That Arthur, a mere count's son, had managed to establish territory here at all came down largely to geography, the fierce lion territory's fortunate placement right against the border. With that context settled, Arthur introduced himself in turn. So Baron Butler and Baron Martin, though you already know who I am, I should still say it properly. Arthur Fierce Lion of Mondo Province. It's an honor that you both came to visit. Shall we sit and talk? The 3 settled into the reception room seating. Butler, clearly the more talkative of the pair, spoke first with an easy smile. As a province only recently reclaimed from the orcs, the nobles of Mondo Province should have plenty of surplus land to grant. And as far as I understand, Baron Arthur, you're the only one from Mondo Province who's come to pioneer here at all. I don't know your reasons, but that kind of courage really commands respect. Without waiting for a response, he continued. I've also long heard of the fierce lion territory's celebrated cavalry. 20 years ago, during the campaign to reclaim Mondo Province, Count Fierce Lion defeated an orc army 10,000 strong with only 100 golden sharp lion riders. An ordinary orc's physical strength alone doubles that of a human, and that orc force wasn't lacking in its own powerhouses either. Achieving that with just 100 men speaks volumes about the cavalry's real strength. Honestly, I had my doubts about how much of that story was exaggeration. But having seen them myself today alongside Baron Martin, I fully understand now just how formidable the golden sharp lions truly are. With that kind of weapon at your disposal, Baron Arthur, your settling success feels almost guaranteed. Really enviable. A flicker of real envy crossed his face as he spoke. Whether sincere or calculated, it made sense given the situations. Out here in the barren plains, where an orc attack could strike at any moment, greater strength was naturally something to envy. Even Martin, standing quietly nearby, showed a similar flicker of longing, though neither man displayed any hostility alongside it. Whether from real broad-mindedness or simply careful restraint remained unclear. Realizing the speech for what it was, mostly flattery, Arthur smiled. Baron Butler, you flatter me. My own strength is fairly modest. The families backing you both are a lot more powerful than my own fierce lion house. Speaking of which, both your territories are freshly established, surely with plenty demanding your attention. What brought you here to visit me specifically? Seeing that flattery alone wasn't going to move Arthur much, Butler quietly revised his opinion of the boy upward. 16 years old and already this composed. No wonder the Count, with only 2 sons, felt comfortable letting Arthur pioneer somewhere this dangerous. His expression steadied as he got to the actual point of the visit. Baron Arthur, you're aware the 3-month grace period is nearly up, and the kingdom's forces currently harassing the orcs will soon withdraw back within the kingdom's borders. Once that happens, everyone out here in the barren plains becomes a target for orc retaliation. None of us can hold up against that alone. We need to combine our strength across territories and watch each other's backs. Only then can we avoid being picked off one by one. Arthur knew the truth in that assessment, even accounting for the fact that the orcs wouldn't necessarily commit their full strength against towns this small. Still, the orcs represented a power capable of standing toe-to-toe with the entire kingdom. Even a fraction of their strength posed serious danger to these fledgling lords. Naturally, the orcs wouldn't waste their strongest fighters on minor border towns either, and their society, organized loosely by tribe rather than unified nationhood. With the portable shop backing him, he had nothing to fear from the orcs no matter what. Still, though he had no intention of joining any alliance himself, there was no harm in hearing Butler out, so he asked. And how exactly would this alliance work? Encouraged by the apparent interest, Butler's face lit up. An alliance like this only works among lords of similar strength, and those of us settled near the border fit that description well enough. We'd be ideal partners. The basic idea: sign an agreement that when one territory comes under attack, the others send extra troops. Ideally, we'd pool soldiers into a unified joint force army. But that's difficult in practice. Nobody would agree on leadership, and nobody wants to submit to someone else's command. We can revisit that idea later, if it comes to it. Once Butler finished, Martin, silent until now, finally spoke up. It really was a coincidence. I originally only meant to greet Baron Arthur, but after meeting Baron Butler along the way and hearing about this alliance, I thought it sounded promising and agreed on the spot. I sincerely hope you'll consider joining as well, Baron Arthur. Both men pressed their case earnestly, though Arthur had no real interest in joining something this loosely organized. Still curious, he kept asking, who's already committed, and what exactly does the troop support requirement look like? Of the 12 major territories closest to the border, 8 lords, including Baron Martin here, have already agreed. We haven't approached the remaining 3 yet beyond yourself. Given that the alliance offers pure upside, I expect they'll agree easily enough. The basic support requirement is 1 knight squad, 1 silver knight and 9 bronze knights. Naturally, if you're strong enough and willing to contribute more, we wouldn't turn it down. A single bronze knight could handle dozens of ordinary soldiers single-handedly, and a silver knight several hundred. A full knight squad essentially represented an average baron's entire military strength, a really reasonable ask by most standards. Arthur nodded slowly, considering it. If the support really operates at that level, this alliance does have some practical value. But surely a contract like this includes penalty clauses for violations. What are they? Butler seemed a little surprised at how closely Arthur was examining the fine print, taking a moment before answering. The standard penalty for breaking a magical contract is a curse, but frankly, none of us are willing to risk something that difficult to remove. So the contract we're proposing is just an ordinary paper agreement instead. That said, if you join and then fail to honor your obligations, the rest of the alliance would move against you collectively. Facing over a dozen lords of similar strength at once, no territory could realistically defend itself. There are exceptions for special situations. Naturally, if you're already under orc attack yourself, you're not obligated to send support elsewhere. Understanding settled over Arthur. Just a verbal agreement then, though few would risk breaking it outright. Given how the development decree rewarded whoever claimed the most land with the highest eventual title, everyone here had every incentive to weaken their neighbors given half a chance. If the orc threat weren't so very strong, these lords would likely have turned on each other from day one, which meant a real magical contract binding them together made no sense anyway, not when territorial disputes between allies were almost sure to happen down the line. Concluding the whole understanding held little value for him himself, Arthur shook his head, his expression giving nothing away. As good as this alliance sounds, it isn't something I need. My apologies to you both. Real shock crossed both men's faces at the refusal, followed by an uncomfortable silence. After a long pause, Butler stood, making one more attempt to persuade him. Baron Arthur, even with your golden sharp lion cavalry, that's still only 20 riders. Against a real orc invasion, that alone won't be enough to hold the line. Are you certain you won't reconsider? Realizing that Butler believed the cavalry represented Arthur's only real asset, Arthur smiled knowingly and held firm. I'll say it again, my apologies to you both. I have no interest in joining an alliance. As for the orcs, I have my own methods for handling them. Butler managed only that single syllable before falling silent, furious, but unable to argue further. He settled for a parting threat instead. I hope you don't come to regret this. Martin, let's go. Watching them leave, Arthur briefly wondered if the meeting had been a waste of time, though on reflection, the information he'd picked up about the wider political landscape wasn't entirely worthless either. He let the matter drop. The moment Butler and Martin were gone, Chris, who'd been waiting just outside, stepped in with an uneasy look. My lord, they seemed quite angry leaving here. Should we prepare for any retaliation? No need. I don't think much of either of them, and besides, our real enemy right now is the orcs. They won't act without thinking against us. Understood, my lord. Just as Chris turned to leave, Arthur called him back. Chris, I plan to tour the territory today. Come along as my guard. Very well, my lord. Since it was only a casual inspection, Arthur made no special preparations. He and Chris were soon riding side by side, exploring the town together. After a long stretch of touring, Arthur concluded his territory still had a long way to go. Despite his father's thorough preparations, including skilled workers like blacksmiths and carpenters sent ahead of time, the town remained thinly developed, shops still unopened. The whole place carrying an obviously raw, unfinished feel. Given time, it would grow into something more, and Arthur wasn't in any special hurry about it. Let's take a look outside the city walls. Having finished touring the small town itself, Arthur turned his attention outward. He had a specific purpose in mind. With orc attacks looming and his territory's current military strength still fairly weak, he intended to exchange for a pair of mountain giants and bring them back with him. Exactly how he'd explain their sudden appearance, he'd figure out when the moment came. Chris paused when Arthur mentioned leaving the city, then offered a suggestion. Lord Arthur, we're deep in the barren plains now, and it's really dangerous outside the walls. If you insist on going, I'd recommend bringing at least a squad of golden sharp lion cavalry along. An extra squad hardly mattered to Arthur, and agreeing kept Chris at ease, besides which, his planned demonstration would need witnesses anyway. Shortly after, Chris arrived with a small escort of 10 golden sharp lion riders. Arthur's party wandered well beyond the city walls, growing further and further from the small city until Chris, growing visibly uneasy, seemed ready to suggest turning back. That's when Arthur stopped abruptly. Chris, did you hear that? Heavy footsteps. Chris listened carefully for a long moment before responding, uncertain. I heard nothing besides our own footsteps, my lord. Is that so? As he spoke, Arthur's attention shifted internally toward the portable shop. He mentally selected the mountain giant's icon and confirmed the purchase, watching his stored gold coins drop by 2 million in the process. 1,000 meters to their left, heavy footsteps suddenly began echoing across the plains. Chris and the others spun toward the source, still a full kilometer off. Chris, a gold knight, could already tell what it was, 20 meters tall, impossible to miss. What's going on? How could there be such huge footsteps? It's a mountain giant, the kind that lives with the elves in the forest, terrifying beasts. Only a sky knight stands a real chance against one. How could something like that show up here? Aren't they supposed to stay in the mountains? And how did we not notice it sooner? The confusion didn't last, only one fact mattered. They couldn't win this fight. Running wasn't an option either. 1,000 meters was nothing to a creature that size. Staying still was their only real chance. Chris spotted a steep slope nearby, rare on this stretch of plains, and kept his voice low. "My lord, let's hide on that slope, or we're doomed if it spots us." Arthur, who already knew more about this giant than he let on, played along and climbed with the rest. Even the golden sharp lion crouched low, trembling, not daring to make a sound. They pressed against the slope. It didn't help, the footsteps kept coming closer, until clumps of earth bounced with every impact. "Damn it, it's walking toward us." Chris's curse gave way to resolve. He turned to Arthur. "My lord, it's found us. Stay here. We'll draw it away." Arthur looked at the grim determination on every face and felt something warm settle in his chest. "I didn't expect to test their loyalty without even meaning to," he thought. Moved by it, he decided not to let them throw their lives away for nothing. "Things aren't as bad as you think. I have a feeling those two mountain giants mean us no harm." Chris clearly didn't believe the feeling, but before he could argue, Arthur was already walking out onto open ground. "My lord." There was no calling him back. Chris and the others scrambled after him, bracing to die at his side if it came to that. The two giants closed to barely 100 meters, their height pressing down in a way that was hard to describe. Arthur knew these two belonged to him, bought and bound to do him no harm, and still his heart pounded with every step. Chris and the others were in a cold sweat. Then 20 meters out, the giants stopped. Everyone braced. Instead of attacking, they spoke. "Humans, what place is this?" Had this been a true first meeting, the giants would have addressed Arthur as their lord. But the Sky Knight Victor, hidden nearby, had already briefed them on the plan. This was a performance, and the pause before closing in was part of it. Chris, too frightened to look closely, had assumed the worst. Too tense to speak, Chris left it to Arthur. "Hello, you two. This is the Barren Plains. I don't know why you've shown up here." "Barren Plains? Never heard of it. We two brothers set off a teleport array by accident and ended up here." "Have you heard of the Elf Forest? We used to live there." "Sorry, I haven't. I don't think you'll be finding your way back anytime soon." Behind him, Chris and the others watched with growing awe, that he could speak so calmly to creatures like these, and had somehow sensed no harm in them before anyone else dared guess it. Once the act had run its course, Arthur got to the point. "Since you can't find your way home right now, why not stay in my territory a while? I'll keep looking for a way back, and give you your favorite Earth-type magic cores while you wait." 2 yellow magic cores appeared in his hand. The giants accepted, practiced enthusiasm and all. "Since that's the case, we'll stay a while. We won't just eat and live for free. If enemies come, we'll help you deal with them." "Then it's a deal." Chris's disbelief only deepened watching the handshake. Each of these giants was stronger than an Earth Knight, stronger even than Earl of Berg, the man they used to serve, and their new lord had won 2 of them over in a single afternoon just by talking. Arthur climbed onto one giant's palm and up to its shoulder like it was nothing. "Chris, here. Head back to the territory. The rest of you follow." Footsteps booming beside him, Arthur rode a mountain giant's shoulder home, Chris and the others trailing with lighter steps and something close to smiles. On the way, Arthur learned the giants' names, Zog and Zafi, who called him Baron. His true strength was only bronze level, so Lord in public would blow the act. And Arthur felt too familiar to them. Baron struck the balance. 15 minutes later, the pounding reached the city walls first. Giants. Terrifying giants. Panic spread until a sharp-eyed silver knight spotted Arthur riding on one giant's shoulder and shouted the warning. "Don't panic. The Lord is with the giants, they're on our side. As the highest-ranked soldier present, his word carried weight, and fear gave way to curiosity. When Zog and Zafi reached the city, their 20-meter frames rose a full head above the 15-meter walls, and the city fell quiet. Everyone, good news. These two mountain giants are my new friends, Zog and Zafi. They'll be staying a while. When danger comes, they'll stand with us. Nothing to fear. He turned to the giants. You're too big to live inside the walls. Rest outside the gates, and while you're at it, scare off anyone looking for trouble. The Baron is too polite. We take the earth as our bed and the sky as our blanket. Small comforts mean nothing to us, and dealing with anyone who means you harm is already our promise, Baron. Good. I'll leave it to you. Arthur walked back into the city with Chris and the rest. Their territory had gained two immensely powerful allies overnight, and the orc threat suddenly felt less crushing. Long live Lord Arthur, Lord Arthur's mighty power. Outside, Zog and Zafi curled into what looked like two small hills and drifted off to sleep. Back in the castle, Corona greeted him with wide, admiring eyes enough to make him self-conscious. He tapped her head lightly. Stop staring. If you want, next time I'll take you up on Zog's or Zafi's shoulder too. Really? Standing on a giant's shoulder was a dream most people in this world never got close to, and the words slipped out of her before she could stop them. Of course. Would I lie to you? Yea, young master is the best. She nearly stepped forward to hug him, catching herself at the last second and twisting the hem of her clothes instead. Nearby, Pusen, Chris, and the rest watched her with open envy. They wanted to know what it felt like too, but they weren't Corona, who'd grown up at Arthur's side. Not long after, Magistrate Charles arrived, amazed. My lord, you're truly something else. Two giants from an afternoon patrol. Whatever limits were holding our territory back just fell away. All right, I'll take the compliment, but push development as hard as you can. Population is the priority, 30,000 people at minimum. Charles's expression sharpened. Rest assured, my lord. With two mountain giants defending us, we're now the strongest of the early settlements in the barren plains, and the safest. Once word spreads, people will come in numbers you won't believe. Good. I'll leave that to you. Though there is one more matter. This city's never had a name, which makes it awkward to even talk about. Arthur considered it briefly. Let's call it Initial City. It's the first city under my rule. Time moved quickly after that. Not every visitor came with flattery, though Arthur's second sister, Irina, had lingered in the territory far longer than expected, complicating plans he'd rather keep quiet. Finally, he went to talk to her directly. Second sister, if you keep refusing to go home, Father and the others will worry themselves sick. How about this? I'll let you stand on a mountain giant's shoulder, just for a bit, then you head home after. Third brother, you're acting strange. You want me gone that badly? Are you hiding something? Not at all. I'm just worried about how much Father and the others miss you. Fine, forget it. But can you really get me up on a giant's shoulder? Would they even agree? The question gave her away. She was already halfway to yes. Arthur allowed himself a small smile. Don't worry about it. I already promised Corona the same thing. I'll call her and we can all head to the gate together. At the mention of Corona, Irina shot him a knowing look. Arthur didn't correct her. The feelings weren't imaginary. He just wasn't in a hurry to act on them yet. At the gate, Arthur called out, Zog, Zafi, wake up. I've brought you magic cores. The hills stirred and rose into 20-meter giants before Irina and Corona's startled eyes. Word of the giants had already spread through the growing city, nearing 20,000 people now, with 30,000 expected within weeks, and everyone nearby froze at the sight. Arthur tossed up a handful of Earth-type magic cores, then made introductions. Zog, Zafi, this is my second sister, Irina. And this is my personal maid, and a very good friend, Corona. He'd added friend without quite thinking about it. Friend. The word landed on Corona like a physical thing. Her face went red almost instantly. For a moment she forgot the giants were even there. Arthur, oblivious, kept talking to the giants. They'd like to feel what it's like standing on a giant's shoulder. Would you carry them a while? No problem, it's a small thing, Baron. Irina was stunned. She'd expected Arthur to have to bargain hard, and instead they'd agreed without a second thought. Maybe I really did underestimate the bond between them, she thought, looking at her brother with new, complicated eyes. The giants lowered their palms. Arthur took Corona's hand and stepped onto Zog's palm with her. Irina climbed onto Zafi's alone. From there, all three climbed to the shoulders. Held by Arthur's hand the whole way up, Corona's cheeks stayed flushed long after they reached the top, before she shyly slipped her hand free. It struck Arthur that despite how close they'd always been, they'd kept the line between master and maid intact until today. Holding hands had been a first. But he'd already decided there would be more moments like it. In both his lives, Corona's beauty wasn't something he intended to let drift away. On Zafi's shoulder, Irina was thrilled. Zafi, Zog, let's take a walk and check the area around Initial City. All right, Baron. The two giants strode off under the crowd's stunned stares, the ground shaking with every step, and didn't return until sunset, the two women still wishing they could have stayed longer. Once they'd climbed down, Arthur turned to Irina. Remember what you promised. Yes, yes. You really do want me gone that badly. Worn out, she waved him off rather than argue, and the giants curled back into hills for the night. The next morning, holding back a smile, Arthur watched his sister leave reluctantly. She'd wanted 2 more days, but the kingdom's army had pulled back across the border only the day before, and no one knew when the orcs might move if she waited longer. She risked being trapped once the fighting started. With the orcs drawing closer, an old worry from Arthur's past life crept back, not having enough firepower. He was holding back his strongest cards, the Sky Knight chief among them, and even with 2 mountain giants, a large enough orc force could overwhelm them. Most of his fighters were still ordinary people with only basic training, and a garrison of 1,000 wasn't enough to guarantee the city's safety. So he made 2 decisions: recruit more soldiers and arm them properly. Initial City had 4 walls, each needing at least 1,000 defenders, 3,000 more recruits minimum. For weapons, he already had something in mind: the Gale repeating crossbow, capable of seriously wounding ordinary soldiers and even bronze knights, and with armor-piercing bolts, threatening a silver knight through a full coating of battle chi. Since it did almost nothing above gold knight rank, it wouldn't draw much unwanted attention, and even if it did, he had a Sky Knight to handle the fallout. With that settled, he opened the portable shop and tapped the listing. Gale repeating crossbow, fires 3 bolts in rapid succession. Bolts move as fast as the wind and vanish into it just as easily, silent and unseen. Power holds steady out to 300 meters. Against a silver knight without special armor, battle chi alone won't stop its edge. Price 500 gold coins. Note, bolts sold separately. Ordinary iron bolts, 1 gold coin per 100. Armor piercing, 1 gold coin per 10. With his planned army of 4,000 regular soldiers plus his bronze and silver knights, Arthur bought 4,100 units outright. 2,050,000 gold coins. Each would come stocked with 1,000 ordinary bolts and 100 armor-piercing bolts, adding another 82,000. Altogether, 2,132,000 gold coins, barely a dent out of his 15,850,000 on hand. He confirmed without hesitation. He set delivery to a blank storage ring, and as his balance dropped, crossbows and bolts piled up inside it. Pulling one out, he found it barely 20 centimeters long, etched with intricate patterns, the source of its power. He carried it to the window and fired 3 bolts down at the stone floor below. No sound at all, just 3 faint impacts as the bolts punched through solid stone, burying themselves completely. Satisfied, he met Chris at the training ground and handed one over. This is a repeating crossbow I recently acquired. Test its power. If it holds up, I'll be arming the entire army with these. Chris accepted it eagerly, studying the patterns. Could this actually be a magic weapon? Arthur only smiled. Won't you know once you've tested it? The Lord is right. Chris fired at a stone 50 meters off, no sound, and for a second he thought it had misfired. Until a sharp crack echoed back from the target, he hurried over, stunned. It fired without a sound, yet drove itself completely into solid rock. I've never heard of a crossbow like this anywhere in the kingdom. Where did you find it, my lord? And what's it called? It's new, the Gale repeating crossbow. As for where I found it, a merchant I happened to cross paths with, secretive sort. The lord is truly fortunate, but a weapon like this would sell for at least 5,000 gold coins. Arming even 1,000 soldiers would cost over 5 million. I'm not sure we have that kind of money. Don't worry about the money, I'll handle that. And I never said just 1,000. I want you to bring the regular soldiers up to 4,000 within a week. By then, I'll have bought 4,100 crossbows total. Have the new recruits train mainly with bows and crossbows, push everything else back. All effort goes into preparing for the orcs. 4,100. That many. Recruiting 3,000 more wouldn't be hard. Initial City had no shortage of capable young people, but the crossbow numbers shook Chris. At 5,000 gold each, that was 20 million coins, nearly 10 years of tax revenue under the old count. And yet Arthur talked about it like nothing at all. Arthur had expected the reaction and didn't bother explaining further. A little mystery made it easier to keep control from above. He moved on. A regular soldier's pay right now is 30 silver a month. Yes, my lord. The army covers food, clothing, housing, and travel, so it's enough to support a couple of family members, too. It's the standard rate across the kingdom. At 30 silver, 4,000 soldiers would cost around 15,000 gold a year. Even at 50 silver, just over 20,000. Nothing by his standards. 30 silver is too low. From now on, 50 silver a month. The lord is generous. This will only deepen their loyalty. Most lords paid as little as they could get away with, so a raise like this would draw a flood of new recruits, meaning the army could afford to be pickier. And stronger for it. I'm just doing what I can, Arthur said. He respected the men who'd be risking their lives for his territory, and if he hadn't needed every spare coin himself, he might have raised the pay further. I'll deliver the crossbows in 2 days. They need proper oversight. I trust the soldiers, but without supervision, someone's bound to get greedy. Rest assured, my lord, not a single one will fall into the wrong hands. Good. Go recruit. Your servant takes his leave. Drawn by the promise of higher pay, 3,000 recruits signed on within 3 days, even after cutting the pool to the best candidates. The quality was impressive. Once recruitment wrapped, Arthur handed Chris the storage ring with every crossbow and bolt. While Arthur had been busy inside the territory, the world outside hadn't stood still. Refugees fleeing the deeper barren plains brought grim news. The Knoll tribe, camped along the Orc royal court's border, had confirmed the kingdom's army had withdrawn, and had already begun raiding human settlements in retaliation. The villages closest to Orc territory had already paid the price. The refugees were proof enough. By earlier reports, the Knoll tribe numbered over 1 million strong. No Sky Knight had ever emerged among them, but they were a nation built for war. Every Knoll fought, regardless of sex. And those who reached a certain age, without proving themselves, were cast out entirely. The numbers alone told the story. Of the Knoll tribe's million-strong population, 80% were battle-ready warriors, 800,000 soldiers, with only 200,000 too young to fight. The fierce lion Count's fief, by comparison, held nearly 2 million people and could field only 200,000 soldiers of its own. That was the brutal math of it. For humans, a 1 in 10 ratio of soldiers to civilians was already considered a militarized society. Push it further and the whole economy would collapse. The Knolls didn't share that problem. They were built for war. Humans had one real advantage: numbers. The Orc Kingdom held 28 million people. The Kate Kingdom held more than 80 million, nearly 3 times as many. And conscription ratios could tighten in a real crisis, from 1 in 10 down to 1 in 5, even 1 in 3 if things grew desperate enough. Individually, an Orc's body was more than twice as strong as a human's. But human steel and human armor closed most of that gap. On an even field, the two races traded wins and losses. The problem was that the field wasn't even. Not here. Not for the scattered development lords carving out new territory at the edge of the kingdom, Arthur among them. More than 200 of them had come out to stake claims in these borderlands, and together their combined population barely broke 3 million. Most of it untrained commoners with no business standing in front of a Knoll warband. Excluding Arthur, none of them, not even all of them combined, could have put down a single tribe. Everyone had known the gap existed. For a while, they'd let themselves hope the Orcs simply wouldn't bother with them. That hope had died fast. In 3 days, more than a dozen territories were erased. Nearly 100,000 people gone. The Knolls, by contrast, had lost only 10,000, a tenfold disparity, though most of the human dead had been unarmed settlers rather than soldiers. 10,000 warriors and 90,000 commoners inflicting 10,000 Knoll casualties was, if anything, a remarkable showing. The missing weren't all corpses, either. Humans were valuable to the orcs as labor, forging weapons, working farmland. The defeated became slaves. Panic spread fast after that. Lords who considered themselves too weak to stand alone folded into larger alliances, and within 3 days the tangled mess of factions had collapsed down to just 2, 3, counting Arthur, who remained stubbornly independent. His 2 mountain giants had given him leverage neither alliance could ignore, and the 2 remaining factions, each led by the scion of a ducal family too proud to bow to the other, could only grudgingly acknowledge that Arthur stood apart. While the Knolls kept eating through undefended territories, the 2 great alliances scrambled to build fortress cities at the front, walled strongholds large enough to hold hundreds of thousands, meant to consolidate what little military strength they had left. Arthur, watching from a distance, admitted he'd been wrong. He'd assumed a real alliance among the development lords was impossible. It took an army of Knolls at the gate to prove him wrong. But cities weren't built by wanting them badly enough. Even with nothing but walls and tents inside, construction would take a full week, and the Knolls weren't going to wait politely. So the 2 alliances pooled 2 million gold coins and paid the kingdom's border army to hold the line for that week. Arthur contributed 5,000 gold coins of his own. It was a small price for peace with his neighbors, and if the Knolls broke through, it would be civilians who paid the real cost. That more than politics was worth 5,000 coins to him. A week later, the 2 fortress cities, Northern Bulwark City and City stabilizing the wasteland, stood with their walls raised. Arthur's 3,000 recruits had finished the bulk of their training, at least enough to shoot straight with the Gale-repeating crossbows, even if the rest of soldiering still needed work. The 2 cities had gathered 200,000 troops and 1,000 knights between them. The combined effort of more than 200 territories, stripped almost bare of local defenders to make it happen. It still wasn't enough. Everyone knew it. The last real war with the orcs had ended 20 years ago, and complacency had cost them dearly in preparation. All they could do now was train harder and pray the walls held. Even Arthur, who'd sent no troops to the front, began recruiting again. 4,000 men wasn't enough, he decided. He wanted 6,000 more, 10,000 in total. As initial city filled again with new recruits, the mood in the 2 fortress cities turned grim. The kingdom's hired army was preparing to withdraw. New walls and raw recruits were a start, but not one lord in either city dared promise victory. In one of the cities, more than 130 lords crowded into a single hall to plan. Among them sat 2 faces Arthur knew, Butler and Martin, scions of Marquis families who'd once visited him personally. They sat near the front, and today their expressions were grim. After half a day of arguing, the room had produced nothing. Finally, Butler broke the silence. "I didn't expect the Knolls to throw 300,000 at us right away," he said. "Even split between our 2 cities, 150,000 each. Our 100,000 soldiers and 500 knights are going to struggle to hold. Can we pay the border army to stay another week or 2? Our new recruits will barely be trained by then." Someone else spoke up, hopeful. "We could bring in another 200,000 soldiers. Maybe even hire knight-level experts." A few of the less informed minor lords brightened at that. Then the scion of the ducal family, sitting at the head of the room, cut the hope short. "You have to understand what the royal family actually wants," he said. "The development decree was never about settling new land. It was about weakening the nobility. What the crown wants most is for the orcs to grind us down, while taking heavy losses themselves." The army agreed to hold the line for a week, but make no mistake. They only wanted us consolidated, so we wouldn't be wiped out too easily. Same as when they held the border for 3 months before this. Enough strength to survive. Not enough to actually win. That's what serves them best. So if we ask for gold again, there's a good chance they simply say no. The room went quiet. Someone finally asked the question everyone was thinking. Then what do we do? A voice cut through the gloom. Doesn't Arthur from Initial City have two mountain giants? Two of those should be able to hold off 50,000 gnolls on their own. A mountain giant's defense is nearly unbreakable. Without a Sky Knight involved, almost nothing can crack it. 20 meters tall. They're walking siege engines. Why not just ask him to fight alongside us? Someone else scoffed. You're dreaming. Arthur's territory sits 20 li from the border. He's untouchable where he is. The gnolls won't pay the price to come after him specifically. Why would he wade into our mess? For all we know, he's hoping we fail so he can pick up our territories after. The arguing dissolved into noise again. This plan wouldn't work, that plan wouldn't work, until the Duke's scion. David Crook finally called it. We've discussed two options. Neither is promising, but a dying man will grab at anything. Send envoys to both the border army and to Arthur. Maybe one of them bites. And regardless, those 200,000 recruits who have had less than 10 days of training all move to northern Bulwark City. As a reserve, it's the only choice we have left. Nobody argued. That same night, messengers from both northern Bulwark City and City, stabilizing the wasteland, arrived at Arthur's door, apparently having reached the same desperate conclusion. Arthur didn't refuse them outright. Instead, he named his price. Whichever of your two cities pays me 2 million gold coins first, that's where I'll go, he told them. You already paid the border army that much. My help shouldn't cost less. First come, first served. Both messengers said they'd need to return and discuss it. The sum was too large to promise on the spot. Arthur told them to hurry. Watching them leave, Arthur let out a breath. He genuinely hoped one of the cities would pay. If the gnolls broke through and poured into either fortress, the death toll would run into the hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. That wasn't a price he wanted paid, even by his rivals. There would be plenty of time to compete for territory once the gnolls were pushed back. And unlike the gnolls, humans tended to surrender rather than fight to the last man, which meant fewer bodies in the ground either way. By dawn, the border army had already begun withdrawing, just as predicted. Their answer to the Lord's request had been no. At the same time, the messengers returned to their cities carrying Arthur's terms. In northern Bulwark City, the reaction was fury. Some outright called Arthur greedy. It felt different, paying him, than paying the border army. 10 days ago, Arthur had been just another development lord like the rest of them. A stroke of luck with two mountain giants had changed everything, and now they had to buy his help like he was some hired sword. It was the kind of resentment that comes easily when a peer suddenly outgrows you. And his price was steeper than the army's had been. 2 million gold coins, just to help hold half the force the whole border army had handled for the same price. But not everyone in the room had lost their heads. David Crook, their alliance leader, cut through the noise. Enough, he said. It's already a stroke of luck that Arthur is willing to come at all. Paying him is no different from paying the border army, and his price being higher changes nothing. We don't have a choice. The fact that we can even buy help right now is a blessing. Stop complaining. His words settled the room. Within half a day, northern Bulwark City had scraped together 2 million gold coins and sent a rider out before the gnolls could close the noose completely. They made it out with barely an hour to spare. 150,000 gnolls surrounded the city just after. City stabilizing the wasteland wasn't as lucky. Their messenger got trapped inside before they could send the gold, and with no flying beasts of their own, all they could do was wait. That evening, Arthur received northern Bulwark City's 2 million gold coins. Under the anxious eyes of their messenger, he began mustering his army and gathering supplies to march at first light. The messenger's urgency wasn't unreasonable. David had entrusted him with a rare magic communicator, a device that let its paired holder speak across 1,000 li. Such things were strategic assets, tightly held by the military and almost never released to civilians. David had only gotten his pair through his status as a Duke's scion. And already, the moment the gnolls surrounded the city, the attacks had begun. By that first afternoon alone, northern Bulwark City had suffered 5,000 casualties. The attacking gnolls had lost nearly 3,000 of their own. Not bad for the defenders, all things considered. But everyone understood that had just been the opening move. Gnolls saw in the dark the way wolves did. Night was when they really came alive. Humans, by contrast, were nearly blind after sunset. Light magic could bridge the gap, but true light-attuned mages were rare, and Northern Bulwark City had only two, both barely stronger than great mages, roughly equivalent to a silver knight. Lighting a city built to hold hundreds of thousands, with only two of them, was hopeless. The city would have to rely on torches and rationed magic light scrolls, and every hour of darkness would cost them blood. The longer the siege dragged, the worse it would get, which was exactly why the messenger wanted Arthur moving immediately. Arthur's answer was to leave the next morning. War, after all, took preparation. There was another reason he didn't rush. If Northern Bulwark City bled through one more full night of fighting, they'd learn to value what 2 million gold coins had actually bought them. After sending the messenger off, Arthur turned to planning the deployment. The two mountain giants would go, obviously, along with 20 of his golden sharp lion cavalry and the full 4,000 newly trained crossbowmen. This would be their first real test. Chris, familiar with the army's workings, would come too, and so would Corona, close enough to keep an eye on Arthur without the mission being especially dangerous for either of them. Everyone else, 6,000 recruits still mid-training, 2 ordinary night squads would stay behind. Chris was given the order to see it all carried out. Fortunately, this world had space rings. Moving supplies for an army overnight would have been a nightmare without them. Even with everything arranged, Arthur decided it wasn't quite enough. Before the light fully faded, he exchanged for 2 gold peak knights from the portable shop and quietly stationed them outside the city, instructing Victor to have them pose as new subordinates coming to pledge loyalty. Not long after, his castle steward Pusen came to report 2 powerful strangers waiting outside, strong enough that even the silver knights guarding the gate couldn't gauge their full strength. Likely gold knights, claiming they'd come to swear fealty. "My lord, should you grant them an audience? If strong men come seeking to serve me, of course I'll see them," Arthur said. "Perhaps I'll gain useful help." "Understood, my lord." Pusen escorted the pair in. They wore gleaming gold knight armor, the same armor Arthur had purchased and equipped them with, and looked every bit as imposing as their rank suggested. Following Victor's earlier instructions, neither performed any grand ceremony in front of Pusen. "Pusen, you may step out. I'll speak with them alone." Once the steward was gone, both knights dropped to one knee. "Lord Arthur, rise. From this moment, your story is that you've come to pledge yourselves to me." Arthur gestured to one of them. "Tomorrow I march for the Knoll front. You'll come as my guard." He turned to the other. "You'll remain in Initial City to hold the territory." "Understood, my lord." The second knight clearly wanted to join the campaign instead, but he obeyed without argument. Arthur called Pusen back in, told him both men had pledged their loyalty, and had him arrange quarters. The respect in Pusen's eyes deepened another notch. There was little else he could do. Arthur's recent run of miracles had simply outpaced explanation, and the steward had long since stopped trying to keep up. At dawn the next day, Arthur's force of over 4,000 stood assembled outside the city walls. Standing on the shoulder of a mountain giant, Arthur let his gaze sweep across them, Chris and the new gold knight at the front, the 20 golden sharp lion knights behind them, and the 4,000 crossbowmen filling out the ranks, faces bright with purpose. He couldn't help but smile. "You all know why we're here," he called out. "The grudge between the orcs and our kingdom runs deep. 50 years ago, they seized Mondo province from us. We took it back 20 years later. But as long as the orcs still stand, this war never truly ends. For the kingdom, for our home, for the peace we deserve, let's drive back the orcs. Let's break the gnolls. Break the orcs. Break the gnolls." The shout rose from the assembled warriors, fierce with the goodwill Arthur had already earned in his territory. He let it roll for a moment, then raised a hand for silence. Satisfied with the fire he saw in their eyes, he gave the order. "Move out." Commoners poured from Initial City to see them off, shouting encouragement, "Safe travels, defeat the gnolls, Lord Arthur will surely win," until the marching column shrank into the distance. Arthur climbed down from the giant's shoulder and mounted a white horse instead, riding at the head of the column beside Corona and Chris. As the sky brightened, the Knoll assault on northern Bulwark City finally eased off, and Alliance leader David found a spare moment to speak. Arthur turned to the messenger riding nearby. "What's the situation at northern Bulwark City?" "I just reached Alliance leader David," the messenger said. "He'd like to speak with you directly." He handed over the communicator. Arthur turned the crystalline device over in his hands, studying it. It looked impressive enough, though nothing about its smooth surface hinted at what it actually did. It began to vibrate almost the moment he took it. Understanding dawned, and he pressed the raised button on its face. A voice, faintly magnetic, came through. "Your Excellency must be Baron Arthur. I'm David Crook, Alliance leader of Northern Bulwark City." "That's right. I'm Arthur. How is the battle going in your city? Is everyone holding?" David sighed. The Knolls used their night vision to launch a brutal assault. Didn't stop until dawn. We took 30,000 casualties. We estimate theirs at only 10,000. At this rate, we won't last the week. "The orcs are strong," Arthur said, "but don't worry, I intend to earn what you paid me. I should reach northern Bulwark City in about half a day. Once I'm there, we'll figure out how to turn this around." David already knew from his own people that Arthur was en route, but the actual pace of that march had been entirely up to Arthur. He could have stretched a half-day trip into 2 weeks, and there would have been nothing David could do about it. Hearing half a day, spoken plainly, was a real relief. "Then I'll be waiting for you in the city," David said, a note of excitement creeping into his voice. "Contact me again when you arrive, and I'll arrange an escort in." "That would be best. We'll speak again soon." As the march continued, Arthur's gaze drifted to Corona, riding beside him. Beneath a fall of silver hair, her purple, gem-bright eyes carried a flicker of tension. He looked closer and found her jade-pale hands gripping the saddle hard enough to whiten her knuckles. Nervous, clearly, and understandably. It was her first battlefield. Since he'd brought her along, he felt obligated to ease her mind. As for his own nerves, as a man riding into his first real battle, Arthur felt them too, tangled up with something closer to excitement. The portable shop had tipped the balance well past fear, which was, he suspected, the only reason he looked so calm doing it. He decided the simplest fix for Corona was to just talk to her. "Corona." She startled visibly. "Ah, yes, young master." "Nervous about your first battlefield?" Corona tried to wave it off. "Young Master Arthur, I'm not nervous. Just distracted." He let the lie pass gently. "All right, I believe you're not nervous. But I want you to know, as long as I'm beside you, I won't let the Knolls harm a single hair on your head." "Do you believe me?" Understanding settled over her, he was comforting her. Her eyes went bright and glassy, all thought of battle forgotten, replaced by something closer to gratitude. Arthur watched her lashes go damp and thought, not for the first time, that there weren't many girls from the treasure trove as easy to reassure as Corona. Though her feelings for him surely played their part in that. A stranger's comfort rarely moved someone to tears. For the rest of the ride, her smile came more easily. With her young master's word behind her, it seemed nothing could frighten her now. 10 li from northern Bulwark City, the column halted. Any closer risked drawing Knoll attention. Arthur, looking over his 2 idle mountain giants, realized something obvious. They were fighting barehanded. Weapons would multiply their strength. But a weapon fit for a 20-meter giant would need to run at least 15 meters long, and nothing like that existed anywhere in the Kate Kingdom. So Arthur turned to the portable shop instead. Obsidian seemed the answer, dense enough to suit a giant's strength, and hard enough that only an Earth Knight could scratch it, provided it was at least 10 centimeters thick. Better still, shop-bought obsidian could be shaped to order. At 10 gold coins per cubic meter, Arthur spent 1,200 gold, and 2 15-meter obsidian clubs materialized on the ground in front of him. They landed silently, but their sheer size drew every eye nearby. Gasps rippled through the ranks. Most assumed Arthur had simply pulled them from a storage ring, so the manner of their arrival raised no questions, only their scale did. Weapons that massive implied a forge, and a forger capable of handling them, a rare and valuable thing even within the kingdom. Once the surprise passed, it was obvious who they were meant for. Everyone pictured mountain giants wielding them against the Knoll horde, and felt a small, involuntary shiver of pity for the enemy. Zog, Zoffy, these are yours, forged specially for you. See how they feel. Thank you, Baron. They'd half expected it, but the gratitude in their voices was genuine. What warrior didn't want a weapon of their own? They lifted the clubs and swung them experimentally, the obsidian cutting the air with a sharp whistling shriek, kicking up dust and loose stone around them. Everyone watching swallowed hard, imagining what a single hit from either weapon would do to flesh and bone. Nothing would be left but paste. A minute later, the two giants finally lowered their new weapons. Their broad stone faces cracked into wide, satisfied smiles. Baron, we really like these. Arthur no longer hesitated. He raised the communicator and called David. David, I'm 10 li outside your south gate. Get ready to receive us. David's excitement crackled through the device. Excellent. What do you need from us? Nothing complicated. I'll come through the south gate. Just have it ready to open and clear the ground behind the wall. The gate's too narrow for the mountain giants. They'll have to jump the wall and they'll need somewhere to land. No problem, I'll have it arranged within 10 minutes. I'll be waiting inside. Fewer casualties on the approach. David wasn't about to argue with that. With the plan set, Arthur roared the order. Full speed ahead. They were close now, close enough that the gnolls could spot them at any moment, and there was no sense giving the enemy time to surround them. The crossbowmen, lacking mounts, had no choice but to advance on foot, and the pace suffered for it. 10 minutes later, northern Bulwark City's 30-meter walls rose into view, still 2 kilometers distant. The tremor of the mountain giants' approach had already alerted the gnolls stationed south of the city, 40,000 of them massed into a dense, dark wall waiting. Another 70,000, converging from the east and west, were only minutes behind. Faster. Arthur pushed the pace again. He and the giants could survive almost anything, but the 4,000 crossbowmen at his back could not. As the gap closed, Arthur began issuing orders exactly as planned. Zog, Zoffy, get ahead of us and break their formation. Once we're close, use roar to pull their attention and clear our path. Yes, Baron. The two giants, who'd been pacing themselves to match the army's speed, surged forward, strides lengthening until each step covered dozens of meters. The ground shook with each impact. Boom, boom, boom. The gnoll ranks rippled with panic at the sheer aura of two 20-meter behemoths bearing down on them. When Zog and Zoffy reached the front line, they swung their new obsidian clubs in wide arcs, and entire sections of the formation simply vanished, blood spraying. Bodies hurled through the air by the hundreds. The pattern repeated. Again and again, the gnoll numbers dropping by 100 a second, while their counterattacks left nothing worse than shallow scratches on stone-hard giant hide. A minute later, Arthur's main force arrived. By then the gnolls had learned not to bunch together, scattering instead to whittle the giants down through sheer volume, cutting their kill rate roughly in half, down to around 10 per second. As Arthur and the crossbowmen closed the final distance, Zog and Zoffy unleashed their roar as planned. Ow! The sound rolled out for hundreds of meters, and the eyes of nearly every gnoll in range flushed red, their focus locking entirely onto the giants. Arthur knew the effect lasted only 30 seconds with a full minute of cooldown after. There was no room to hesitate with 500 meters still between him and the gate. He pressed forward without slowing. Nearly 5,000 gnolls, unaffected by the roar, moved to block his path instead. Halt! Rapid triple shot. 4,000 crossbowmen, running in disciplined ranks a moment before, stopped as one. Front rows fired, then fell back to reload while the rear stepped up, a rolling volley that unleashed 12,000 bolts into the charging gnolls in 10 seconds flat. When the dust settled, all 5,000 were down. Not one still standing. On the wall, David and the assembled lords had watched the entire exchange with open mouths. In a matter of minutes, Arthur's army had inflicted nearly 10,000 casualties, matching an entire night's grinding effort from the day before. Martin and Butler, who'd met Arthur once already, exchanged a look, each seeing the same disbelief mirrored back. Butler spoke first. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I understand what a mountain giant really is. One swing and dozens die, maybe hundreds. If I had to charge something that size, I don't know if I'd find the courage. Martin nodded. And that crossbow unit is just as terrifying. Look at what those bolts do, not like our arrows, which just stick in muscle and barely slow them down. These things punch clean through, leave fist-sized holes, and still have enough force left to hit whoever's standing behind. 2 for 1, sometimes 3. That's not an ordinary crossbow. Those have to be magic weapons. Magic weapons? Butler's eyes went wide. Impossible. Arming 4,000 men with magic crossbows would cost a fortune. Even Count a Berg couldn't afford that. And for that kind of money, you'd be better off cultivating actual powerhouses instead. He wasn't wrong, strictly speaking. A standard Gale repeating crossbow could threaten a silver knight at most. Nothing higher, and 20 million gold coins spent on 4,000 of them could have bought several gold knights outright. Martin had no counter-argument ready, only frustration. "There's no point arguing about it here," he finally said. "We'll just ask Baron Arthur later." Fair enough. Below them, David was already shouting, "Open the gates." Because the Gale repeating crossbow needed 30 seconds to reload after a triple shot, Arthur didn't linger over the kill. He pushed the advance forward. Continue the charge. Less than 500 meters from the gate now, the army covered the last stretch in barely a minute and passed through the open south gate into northern Bulwark City. Close the gates. With most of his force inside, David gave the order, leaving only the 2 mountain giants outside to hold the line a moment longer. With knolls converging from east and west, the giants didn't linger either. After breaking one more wave, they sprinted for the gate and leapt straight over the 30-meter wall, landing hard inside the city. The remaining knolls could only watch, cursing, unwilling to follow them over a wall bristling with human defenders. Not even the strongest among them, one's matching gold knight strength, dared make that leap. David and his 100-plus lords, worn down by a full day of grim losses, found the sound of knoll curses of frustration deeply satisfying. Their gazes toward Arthur, the source of that satisfaction, turned unmistakably warm. More than 100 of them descended from the wall to meet him personally as he entered the city. The 2 groups met on the main road, just inside the south gate. David studied Arthur, a face still carrying the softness of youth, and thought of the 10,000 knoll dead his army had just left behind without a single loss. What a terrifying young man, David thought. This much power this young. His future is going to be something to watch. I need to earn his friendship. His smile widened. "Baron Arthur, I'm David, the one you spoke with over the communicator. On behalf of everyone here, thank you for coming to fight beside us." Arthur returned the smile easily. "It's nothing more than what any of us should do for one another. The knolls are still a serious threat. We'll need to work together going forward." Of course. David noted the lack of arrogance in a man who'd earned every right to it. And his smile turned genuine. The pleasantries might have continued, but a shout from the wall cut them short. The eastern and western knoll forces have converged. David's expression sharpened instantly. There'll be time for introductions later. Baron Arthur just cost them heavily. There's no telling if they'll retaliate immediately. Let's get to the wall and see. Agreed. David led his lords up, while Arthur climbed the wall flanked by Corona, Chris, and the second Gold Knight. From the top, the gathered knoll force outside the south wall had swollen to nearly 100,000, a dense, churning mass that made even battle-hardened veterans tense, despite the victory still fresh behind them. Arthur picked out several knoll leaders arguing heatedly amid the crowd, apparently deciding whether to throw everything into an immediate assault. Northern Bulwark City, already braced for exactly that, could do nothing but watch and wait. In the knoll camp, a wolf-like figure radiating power close to an Earth Knight was tearing into a subordinate whose own aura rivaled a Gold Knight's. The furious one was Kenchai, commander of a 15,000-strong knoll host. The one being scolded was Kree, who had led the 40,000 knolls thrown against the south wall. "Kree, are you trying to get yourself replaced? Less than 10 minutes since we arrived, and under your command, we've already lost 10,000 warriors. If I didn't think you still had some use left in you, I'd split you in half right here." Kree bristled. Every human he'd fought before today had been weak. Why were the ones today so different? But there was no arguing with Kenchai in this mood, only explaining, however wronged he felt doing it. Lord Kenchai, this loss isn't on me. You didn't see it yourself. The new human doesn't just command 2 mountain giants. His crossbowmen, all 4,000 of them, hit like nothing I've ever seen. Our warriors take a hit and there's a fist-sized hole clean through them. They go down instantly. If you don't believe me, I can bring the bodies of the dead as proof. Mention of mountain giants alone was enough to startle Kenchai. Even he couldn't beat one, and now there were two. The crossbows concerned him less. They posed no real threat to him personally. Bring the bodies, he ordered. Two knoll corpses were dragged forward. One had been reduced to an unrecognizable pulp, a mountain giant's handiwork plainly. The other bore two neat, inch-wide holes through its body, the unmistakable signature of the Gale-repeating crossbow. Kenchai studied both and found himself 80% convinced. Cautious by nature, he pulled several other survivors from the earlier fighting and questioned them separately. Their stories matched. That settled it. Understanding why Kree had lost so badly didn't make the problem go away. The mountain giants and the strange new bow left Kenchai frowning deeply. His tribe had no answer for a mountain giant, none. If it came to open battle, all they could do was throw bodies at it until it fell, assuming it didn't simply retreat, in which case there'd be nothing to throw bodies at all. If humans decided to use their giant for hit-and-run raids instead of a straight fight, they could bleed the knolls dry a few dozen strikes at a time without ever risking a real engagement. Add the crossbows, and any full assault risked catastrophic losses. Humans had become a genuine problem. After turning it over at length, Kenchai concluded that a drawn-out war would only worsen their position by the day. Their one advantage was numbers, and that advantage was only going to shrink. Better to gamble everything now, while they still held the edge, than let the humans grind them down over weeks. He set the attack for that night. The crossbows would be nearly useless in the dark, robbing humanity of its sharpest weapon. The thought steadied his confidence. Arthur and the others on the wall watched the gnolls pull back 5 li instead of charging, clearly not blinded by rage after all. A small, frustrating mercy. With the immediate threat gone, David finally allowed rotating shifts to relieve the exhausted defenders. Between yesterday's fighting and today's chaos, neither David's men nor the rotating guards had slept properly in over a day. When David offered to host a grand reception for Arthur that evening, Arthur turned it down flat and urged everyone toward rest instead. The gnolls were very likely to strike again once darkness gave them the advantage. David didn't argue. Exhaustion had a way of settling all disputes. Arthur let his own troops rest too, all except those who'd ridden the whole way on horseback and weren't especially tired, himself, Chris, Corona among them. They used the spare hour to tour the city and get their bearings before Arthur finally ordered even that group to rest. Alone at last, Arthur felt Victor materialize from the shadows beside him. "My lord, I've done a full sweep. Among the gnolls, their strongest expert is their commander, Earth Knight rank. And here in northern Bulwark City, David's own guard captain holds the same rank." Arthur raised an eyebrow. An Earth Knight was no small thing, practically a step beyond human limitation. Silver Knights carried their battle energy across the whole body. Gold Knights could project it outward as slashing force. Earth Knights went further still. Their bodies transformed, extending their natural lifespan to 300 years. More importantly, they could draw energy directly from the earth itself to recover, faster than any lower rank, and for those attuned to the earth element specifically, almost limitlessly so, as long as they kept their feet on solid ground. Stamina still had limits, of course. Push hard enough, and even an Earth Knight could be run into the ground. Above them stood the Sky Knights, who could fly and lived 500 years, all but untouchable against anyone below their own rank. Arthur had expected the Gnoll commander to hold that rank. He hadn't expected David to have one of his own guarding him. Makes sense, though, Arthur thought. A city this size would need one. Without an Earth Knight of their own, a single decapitation strike from Kenchai could have thrown the whole defense into chaos. No wonder a Duke's scion has such deep resources, Arthur murmured to himself. As dusk settled, everyone emerged from their tents, quietly readying for what was coming. David's people gathered with Arthur's again to finalize the knight's defenses. Arthur used the moment to make a request. You've all seen what my bow and crossbow unit can do. Their one weakness is that they can't defend themselves in melee. I'd like Northern Bulwark City to lend 4,000 experienced shield soldiers to guard them directly. It'll let them fight without worrying about being overrun. Done, David said without hesitation. If gnolls who make it onto the wall hurt your crossbowmen, that's a real loss for all of us. I'll send my best 4,000 shield soldiers personally. Then thank you, Alliance Leader. With the defenses already solid otherwise, there was little left to plan. Then after dark, 4 long-horn blasts rolled out from all 4 sides of the city, the sentries warning. Riders arrived from each direction within minutes, all reporting the same thing. Tens of thousands of gnolls attacking simultaneously. David's expression turned grave as the reports came together. They've committed everything. They want this decided tonight. Then we don't back down, he said, voice hard. Split the 200,000 untrained, recruits evenly across all 4 walls. If the veterans fall, they hold the line behind them. With Arthur's army operating outside David's chain of command, David turned to him next. Arthur spoke up before being asked. The north wall is taking the heaviest pressure, nearly 50,000 gnolls, from what I just heard. My army will take that section. Pull your original defenders there and reinforce wherever else needs them more. The offer to take the worst of it without being asked earned Arthur a wave of genuine goodwill from David. Arthur only smiled back and led his force, now over 8,000 strong with the borrowed shield soldiers folded in toward the north wall. By now Northern Bulwark City had stopped rationing its light. Every scroll, every magic lantern, everything they had was burning at once, turning the city as bright as midday and erasing most of the gnolls' night vision advantage. Morale climbed with the light. Then, as Arthur's column force-marched through the glowing streets, something strange happened. The gnolls already on the walls began pulling back. Arthur first assumed his reputation from the days fighting had simply scared them off. Then reports came in, all 4 walls retreating simultaneously. That didn't fit his theory at all. He briefly wondered if it was a feint, then dismissed the idea himself. Half an hour later, standing atop the now quiet north wall, he noticed the city's brilliant glow had dimmed noticeably from what it had been. The answer clicked immediately. Light scrolls and enchanted lanterns had limited duration. The gnolls hadn't retreated out of fear. They'd been waiting, unwilling to squander their night vision advantage against a fully lit city, holding back until the light began to fail on its own. Understanding the trick didn't help much. Soon after, the gnolls came again, a real assault this time, but one that broke off the instant the defenders' remaining light reserves dropped low enough to threaten their advantage again. It was an open conspiracy, transparent and unstoppable. Burn through the city's light reserves through repeated feints, force the defenders to keep using scrolls just to survive, and let attrition do the rest. By the deep hours of the night, the gnolls had attacked and withdrawn 6 or 7 times, and most of the city's light supply was gone. The attacks themselves had been genuinely vicious too, fiercer than the night before, truly fought like they meant to finish it, which made it hard to believe the retreats were calculated rather than desperate. Arthur's portable shop carried no illumination items, and he hadn't stocked up on any himself. There was nothing he could do about it directly. As the last of the city's light dimmed toward true darkness, Kenchai watched from outside with a look of grim satisfaction. "Proceed as planned," he said. "Yes." 18 gold night-level gnolls answered as one, tribal leaders from across the Legion, every one of them wearing the look of men prepared to die. A brief silence followed. Then the wolves scattered into the dark in small, silent packs. On the wall, Arthur stood flanked by Corona and Chris. His 4,000 crossbowmen and their borrowed shield soldiers spread across miles of the north wall. The 2 gold knights and 20 golden sharp berserker cavalry patrolled behind them, ready to reinforce wherever pressure spiked. Outside the wall itself, Zog and Zafi held the line, intercepting whatever they could reach. The formation held through wave after wave without a single death on Arthur's side, only a handful of injuries among his shield soldiers and crossbowmen. The gnolls, by contrast, had already sacrificed at least 10,000. It was a lopsided result even for Arthur's lineup, arguably lower than expected. The Knolls, sensing how strong his position was, had split off 20,000 of their original 50,000 and redirected them elsewhere, undercutting the whole point of concentrating Arthur on the heaviest front. David and the other commanders could only shrug off the sudden shift in enemy numbers as bad luck. The remaining 30,000 at the North Wall fought with noticeably less commitment after that, almost going through the motions, which kept Arthur's kill count more modest than it might have been. So when the dimming light brought a fresh wave of attackers, Arthur watched it with no particular alarm, until a few minutes in something felt wrong. "Are there fewer strong ones among them tonight?" he asked the two beside him. His own senses weren't sharp enough yet to be certain, so he leaned on Corona and Chris, both considerably stronger than him. A chill ran down both their spines as they extended their senses across the more than 20,000 gnolls currently attacking. The answer came back grim. "There isn't a single gold knight among them," Corona said. "Only 2 silver knights. The last wave had 2 gold knights and nearly 20 silver ones. How do that many just vanish?" Corona and Chris looked at each other, the same thought landing at once. The gnolls had pulled their strongest fighters for a concentrated strike somewhere else. And the most likely target was obvious. "The South Wall," all three said together, almost in unison. The South Wall had faced the lightest attacks all night, barely 20,000 gnolls, which meant its garrison was thinnest and most relaxed. Arthur didn't waste a second. He grabbed the communicator he'd never returned to David and called through before David could even speak. "I think a large group of Gnoll powerhouses just disappeared from the fighting," Arthur said. "They're likely staging a surprise assault on the South Wall. It's your weakest point right now. Send reinforcements immediately." David hadn't noticed it himself, but with Arthur's warning he scanned the battle lines and realized with a jolt that the West Wall he'd been personally overseeing had barely any Gnoll experts on it either. He was already moving to dispatch riders when, even from miles away, the South Wall erupted into visible chaos. Screams carried faintly across the distance. The emergency horn cut off mid-blast. "Damn it, they're already through," David roared, furious at being a step too slow. Across every other section of the wall, gnolls began peeling away and streaming toward the erupting chaos at the South Wall, clearly moving to exploit whatever breach their strike force had opened. Every remaining defender, minus a thin skeleton garrison left behind, rushed to reinforce. Arthur left 4,000 archers and crossbowmen, 4,000 shield soldiers, and 20 golden sharp lion knights to hold the North Wall, and took Corona, Chris, the second gold knight, and both mountain giants south. "Zoffy Zog into the city now. We'll reach the South Wall from inside." "Understood, Baron." 2 thunderous crashes rang out as the giants leapt from outside the wall straight into the city. Arthur's group scrambled onto their shoulders, fastest way there by far. The ground shook under the giants' stride, wind whipping past as they surged forward. Chris, who'd secretly dreamed of standing on a giant's shoulder someday, found the moment somewhat undercut by the sheer panic of the situation. The North and West Wall reinforcements arrived at the South Wall nearly simultaneously, having each left minimal defenses behind. What greeted them stopped every one of them cold. Corpses covered the South Wall. More than half of the original 20,000 veterans stationed there were already dead. A dozen or so lords who'd commanded the section had simply vanished, fate unknown. The 50,000 raw recruits assigned there were too terrified to advance, which had at least kept their own casualties light. At the center of the carnage stood Kenchai himself, an Earth Knight, alongside more than a dozen gold Knight-level gnolls and over 100 silver Knight-level ones. Ignoring the shattered human defense entirely, hammering instead at a single glowing structure, an altar-like formation core wrapped in a flickering barrier that looked seconds from collapse. "Damn it, stop them!" David shouted, the horror of the wall's ruin momentarily forgotten in the face of a bigger threat. Because what the gnolls were attacking wasn't just some artifact. Building materials as hard as obsidian were rare, so most military cities reinforced their walls after construction with magic formations. And critical fortresses added anti-flight wards and strength suppression fields on top of that. Northern Bulwark City had 4 such formations, 1 per wall, enough to stop a typical gold knight cold. with only an Earth Knight capable of doing real damage, and even then only after multiple strikes. Every formation had a core. Destroy it, and the south wall would revert to ordinary stone, weak enough for a Silver Knight to breach with a single blow, and wide open for the remaining 100,000 gnolls waiting outside. David and his group were still 500 meters out, too far to intervene in time. A sharp crack rang out. The barrier shattered. A heartbeat later, the formation core itself broke apart. David's charge slowed to a stop. There was no point rushing in chaotically now. Better to form ranks and meet the coming flood with discipline. Every organized kill would count for more than a wasted sprint. A strange standoff settled over the ruined section of wall, gnolls calmly finishing off the last of the now unprotected stone, while waiting for reinforcements from the other three directions. And David hastily gathering his broken south wall garrison, alongside the reserves pulled from elsewhere. A grim resignation spread through northern Bulwark City's ranks. With the wall breached, there was nothing left to do but fight to the last. Everyone but Arthur, that is. Between the mountain giants and Victor's presence, he had options no one else in the city did. He watched the scene unfold in silence, knowing that if he didn't act now, the people of northern Bulwark City might not survive the night. He walked up to David, still barking orders into the chaos. "David, I have a level 9 fire magic scroll. It can turn this around completely." He kept his voice level. "You understand what something like that is worth. The gnolls don't threaten my life directly, so if I'm going to use it, you'll need to pay for it. I won't demand it right now, the situation's too urgent for that, but after tonight, you pay what it's worth." David's jaw actually dropped. You actually have a level 9 fire scroll." He'd clearly heard only one part of that sentence. The gold coins barely registered. A 9th-level scroll typically ran a little over 1,000,000 gold on the open market, well within his means. And right now, it was worth infinitely more than its price tag. Fire magic at that level meant destruction on a scale most people never witnessed firsthand. Even an Earth Knight caught in the blast would be lucky to survive with anything but crippling wounds. A Gold Knight might not leave a body behind. David abandoned his command post to a subordinate with instructions to keep rallying the troops, then turned back to Arthur. "You never stop surprising me. Thank you truly. I'll take it. 2,000,000 gold coins. No problem. Excellent. Single target or area effect. Show me quickly." David was hoping desperately for area effect. Against an enemy whose strongest fighters topped out at Earth Knight, a 9th-level single-target spell would be wasteful overkill. What they needed was something that could sweep the field. Arthur didn't make him wait. He accepted the 2,000,000 gold coins and pulled the very first item he'd drawn from the portable shop, all those months ago, out of storage. The 9th-level magic scroll, Meteor Shower. A scroll glowing faint red materialized in his hand. "This carries Meteor Shower, 9th-level area effect. You've paid for it. It's yours to use." David took it with trembling hands, examining the glow with something close to reverence. "Meteor Shower," he breathed. "The most famous 9th-level fire spell there is." A short, disbelieving laugh escaped him. "Laugh, it seems we might just turn this around after all." He turned his attention to the cluster of gnoll experts, still gathered a few hundred meters off, one Earth Knight. A dozen or so gold knights, more than 100 silver knights, all still bunched together in the aftermath of their assault. Under normal circumstances, a single meteor shower against an army of over 100,000 would barely dent their numbers, 10,000 ordinary casualties at most, alongside a handful of the stronger ones caught in the blast. Against this army specifically, it would mean something else entirely. What makes you can also break you, David thought. Concentrating their experts had let the gnolls breach the wall, but it had also just handed him a single, perfect target. His hand, still holding the scroll, began to shake with anticipation. He fed his battle energy into it, focusing the point of impact. The scroll dissolved into fire, and hundreds of meters above northern Bulwark City, elemental fire began gathering in the dark. Within seconds, more than 100-meter-wide fireballs hung suspended in the sky, turning night back into a false, blistering noon. The heat alone had ordinary soldiers sweating in the summer-like warmth radiating down. Advanced magic. Kenchai felt the fluctuation ripple through the air and understood instantly what was coming. Knowles had no equivalent. This had to be human work. A chill ran down his spine. Scatter now. Too late. The gathered fireballs, formed in mere seconds, hurtled downward at supersonic speed straight toward Kenchai's position. At ninth level, the spell's effective radius stretched 500 meters. There was nowhere for the trapped experts to run. Each fireball struck like a cannon shell, throwing shockwaves and scorching heat dozens of meters outward on impact. 300 separate impacts churned the same 500-meter stretch of ground over and over. When the light finally died down, the earth was left cratered and smoking, magma pooling in some of the deeper scars, proof of just how hot the blasts had truly burned. Every Knoll expert caught inside, along with thousands of ordinary warriors standing nearby, had simply been reduced to ash. The battlefield went utterly silent. Even David, who triggered it himself, stood frozen at the scale of what he'd just unleashed. Arthur, watching the devastation, felt something closer to regret than triumph. He hadn't even used the scroll himself, and here he'd handed it off to someone else for its very first use. As the shock finally broke, two very different reactions bloomed at once. Northern Bulwark City erupted into cheering. The Knolls, who'd been riding high on triumph only minutes earlier, lost their fighting spirit entirely, leaderless, gutted, and beginning to fracture on their own. David, unwilling to waste an opportunity handed to him by the gods, moved to press the advantage, until something in the smoking crater made him pause. A patch of scorched earth began to rise. A figure clawed its way out. Kenchai. He was a wreck, blood-soaked, covered in burns, most of his once smooth fur simply gone. He'd survived only because the spell hadn't been cast by a Magister-level caster capable of precise targeting. The fireballs, unguided, hadn't singled him out directly. His Earth Knight strength had let him dodge the worst of the direct impacts, though even the periphery had nearly killed him. Whatever strength he'd had left before the blast, most of it was gone now. David wasn't especially surprised. He simply turned to the middle-aged man beside him. "I'm counting on you, Knight Carey. I won't fail you." Carey, David's guard captain and an Earth Knight in his own right, charged straight at the ruined Kenchai. If Kenchai died here, the Knolls, already leaderless, would break completely at the first real push. The Knolls understood that too, and they surged forward to defend him, fighting to buy their commander time. Arthur made the obvious call: send the mountain giants to help finish him. Wounded as badly as he was, Kenchai stood no chance against 3 Earth Knights bearing down on him at once. He managed only one final line before the end. "Damn humans. My kin will not forgive this." Then Zafi's Obsidian Club came down, and Kenchai ended as little more than red mist across 15 meters of stone. Whatever fighting spirit remained among the Knolls broke completely. Most simply turned and fled. David and Arthur weren't about to let the moment slip. Every soldier still standing was thrown into full pursuit. By noon the next day, the people of northern Bulwark City had chased the Knolls over 100 li before finally calling a halt, nearly 100,000 killed in the running battle, with barely 10,000 escaping. Pushing further would only have risked encirclement deep in Orc territory, a loss not worth the gain. The war for northern Bulwark City was, in every meaningful sense, over. Exhausted from a full night's pursuit, David and the rest of the returning column still glowed with something close to euphoria, laughing and trading stories the whole way back. Word of the meteor shower had already spread, and while David had paid for it, everyone present understood that certain debts couldn't be settled with gold alone. Arthur found himself the center of every conversation on the road home. Corona watched quietly from the side, a small smile fixed in place as she saw her young master, once again, be exactly as impressive as she'd always known he was. Somewhere in that same easy conversation, Butler and Martin finally asked the question that had been nagging at them since the day before. "Baron Arthur, are those crossbows your men use actual magic weapons?" Arthur, having already shown them off in front of the whole army, saw no reason to hide it now. "Yes. Bought from a mysterious merchant, cost me a fortune. He's a hard man to track down. Even I couldn't find him again now. They really are magic weapons." Martin let out a low whistle. "Gasp, Baron Arthur, Your treasures never seem to run out." That satisfied their curiosity enough that neither dared push further, asking where a man's gold came from, or the identity of a mysterious merchant who conveniently couldn't be found again, simply wasn't done in polite company. Arthur's phrasing had made it clear enough he didn't want to say more, and everyone present was sharp enough to take the hint. Given the scale of the casualties, the victory celebration was postponed. A day later, the final numbers came in, over a dozen lords, and more than 20,000 soldiers lost in that single night. Most of them from the South Wall garrison that had borne the brunt of Kenchai's surprise assault. All anyone could do now was see that pensions reached the families of the fallen. Arthur's own forces, mercifully, hadn't lost a single soldier throughout the entire campaign. Word of the victory soon reached the besieged city, stabilizing the wasteland. Cheers rang out inside the walls. Outside, the gnolls besieging it began cursing bitterly. A loss of hundreds of thousands was catastrophic for a tribe with only 1 million people total. It would take over a decade to recover. Worse, northern Bulwark City's victory left the besieging force vulnerable to a pincer attack from the north at any time. And if northern Bulwark City could crush an army that size, there was no reason to assume the same fate wouldn't befall them too. Whatever their commander wanted, retreat was the only sane choice. The siege lifted, and the crisis at city stabilizing the wasteland resolved itself without another battle fought. 2 more days passed before northern Bulwark City's south wall was fully rebuilt, with no sign of the gnolls returning. What Arthur didn't fully appreciate was how much of that quiet he owed to his own mountain giants. Their mere presence made any renewed assault on the city prohibitively costly. Tens of thousands of lives at minimum, with no guarantee of success. A second failure risked their standing within the greater orc hierarchy entirely. After weighing the math, the gnolls quietly abandoned the idea of attacking again, at least so long as humanity didn't push further north into their territory. With the threat gone and the immediate aftermath handled, it was finally time to celebrate. That night, northern Bulwark City blazed with light again, ordinary soldiers feasting on meat they rarely got to enjoy, while the lords, Arthur and David among them, gathered for a proper banquet in a castle finished only days before. A party meant a companion, and Arthur, without much concern for what anyone else thought, decided to bring Corona. It wasn't a decision made lightly. Whether it came from lingering echoes of his past life, months spent constantly by her side, or simply a long-standing wish for a woman whose devotion was real rather than owed, Arthur had, without quite meaning to, fallen for the quiet, earnest girl who'd grown up beside him. He could have simply bought companionship through the portable shop, if that was all he wanted. This was something else. Corona, for her part, had spent her whole life trained to be exactly what she was, a maid, devoted but never presumptuous. A maid could warm a master's bed, at most, never his heart. She'd spent years quietly burying whatever she felt for Arthur beneath that role. But Arthur no longer wanted that role for her. In his eyes, Corona wasn't going to remain his maid. She was going to be his wife, and the belief she'd carried since childhood that this simply wasn't allowed stood squarely between them. He hadn't known how to break through that belief, not until it occurred to him that simply bringing her to more gatherings like this one might do the work for him. Corona resisted at first, exactly as expected. How could a maid possibly serve as a lord's companion? Arthur had his answer ready. They'd grown up together. They were friends long before anything else. This wasn't some ordinary master and servant arrangement anymore. But the argument that actually moved her was simpler. Northern Bulwark City doesn't exactly have a surplus of eligible women out here on the frontier, he said. Would you rather I show up to the party alone? People will laugh at me. Oh, that. The thought of Arthur being mocked was enough to make her hesitate. She wanted to go, if only to spare him that, but everything she'd been taught since childhood told her no. Watching her waver, Arthur knew he was one step from winning, and pressed just gently enough to close the gap. Well, if you really don't want to, I understand. Even if David and the others laugh at me, I don't want to make you unhappy over this. Sigh. That did it. If Arthur could be this understanding about it, Corona thought, why couldn't she let go of her own hesitation for once? Slowly she nodded, her voice quiet but sure. I don't want you to be laughed at. I'll go with you. Arthur's smile broke wide open. He immediately called for someone to help dress her. Corona's naturally cool, composed features had always reminded him faintly of a snow queen from a film he remembered from another life, and though she carried no ice magic, her innate energy leaned that same direction. He had her styled to match, silver-white hair braided into a single heavy plait, a blue off-the-shoulder ice silk gown patterned with crystalline detail, no gemstones needed to compete with it. Fitted to her figure, it turned her cool, elegant face into something out of a storybook. "Corona," Arthur said, studying her, "you really do look like a princess. David and the others might not even recognize you tonight." The praise brought heat rushing to her cheeks, an expression that sat strangely on her usually composed face. "Lord Arthur, you exaggerate. I'm only a maid. I couldn't possibly look like a princess." He was used to her stubbornness on that point by now. Changing it would take time, so he simply laughed. "Chuckle, fine, not a princess then. But beautiful, absolutely." There was no arguing with that one, and she didn't try. The banquet gathered the full 100+ lords, Arthur among them, along with senior officers and the companions everyone had brought. Most of those companions had only just arrived, family members traveling in from various territories once the fighting ended. No one else had brought a maid. As the guest of honor, every move Arthur made drew attention, and Corona's presence beside him during the war was already common knowledge to everyone in the room. When she appeared on his arm, the shock rippled visibly through the crowd, glances exchanged, murmurs suppressed. But Arthur's reputation kept the murmuring from turning into anything louder. David and several others had originally planned to introduce Arthur to their own sisters that evening, hoping to secure some kind of marriage alliance through him. Seeing Corona on his arm, most of them quietly abandoned the idea before the night even began. Once the room got a look at her, pale and radiant in her gown, straight out of a fairy tale. The reason for Arthur's choice became obvious enough that no one bothered pushing candidates who couldn't hope to compete. The night moved forward normally after that. Music started, and those with companions took the floor for the opening dance. Both Arthur and Corona had received proper noble training, Arthur as a matter of birthright, Corona because part of her role as his maid was correcting him whenever his etiquette slipped. She turned out to be far more fluent in noble custom than her station technically allowed. Dancing pressed them close together, closer than they'd ever really been, and the unfamiliarity showed in a certain stiffness neither of them could quite shake. Arthur, looking down at her face so near his own, found his thoughts drifting somewhere unexpectedly sincere. Across 2 lifetimes, he realized, almost no one outside his own family had ever cared for him the way Corona did, completely, without condition. How could he let someone like that go? On the continent of gods, nobles could take multiple wives, legitimate and otherwise. Given Corona's status as a maid, marrying her as an equal rather than a mere companion would inevitably draw gossip, probably the exact reason she'd spent so long avoiding him in the first place. But Arthur had never much cared what strength alone could silence, and with the portable shop behind him, he was confident he could outlast whatever criticism came. The dance ended too soon. They parted reluctantly, and the evening shifted toward conversation. As the strongest lord present, Arthur spent the next stretch fielding a steady stream of well-wishers, each one careful not to overstay their welcome. Corona, at his side, exchanged brief greetings with dozens of guests of her own. Eventually, the crowd around them thinned, giving them a rare moment of quiet right before David approached with a woman on his arm. "Baron Arthur, with a beauty like that beside you, you're putting the rest of us to shame." Laugh. Before Arthur could reply, David's gaze slid to Corona. "Knight Corona, no, I should adjust that. Baroness, I think, from now on." Corona flushed deep red. "Alliance leader David, you jest. I'm only young Master Arthur's maid, not a baroness." Arthur shot David a grateful look for the assist, then turned to the woman beside him. "This must be your wife, Alliance leader. Whatever fortune you built up over 3 lifetimes clearly paid off." David's wife laughed warmly, then dipped into practiced modesty. "Baron Arthur is too generous. If David repelled the gnolls at all, it was thanks to you. Otherwise, he might not have made it through this war." "Not at all. Doing what I can for my fellow humans is simply what's owed." Arthur waved off the praise. A little while later, David's wife pulled Corona away to meet the other noblewomen. By now David treated Arthur less as a fellow lord than as a genuine friend, and once the two of them were alone, his easy smile faded into something more serious. "I helped you make that move on Corona earlier," he said. "But Arthur, have you really thought about what marrying her means? You'd become a laughingstock among half the nobility in this kingdom. And you already have a fiancée. Olivia, the Marquis of Roses's legitimate daughter. You two aren't even married yet, and you're already parading Corona in public. Is it really worth risking the Marquis's anger over this?" Arthur, hearing the concern behind the warning, answered honestly. "David, I appreciate you saying that to my face. Olivia, she's my sister's closest friend, from her time at the imperial capital. I've barely spoken to her myself. Our engagement was always a political arrangement. I feel nothing for her. Corona is different. My father raised her as my personal maid nearly 10 years ago. We understand each other completely. She already sees me as the most important person in her life. How could I not give that back to her? Even if the Marquis breaks the alliance over this, I won't regret it. And if people want to mock me for it, let them. I intend to become strong enough that the mockery of weaker men simply won't matter to me anymore." David didn't doubt for a moment that Arthur would become exactly that strong. The miracles he'd already worked during this war were proof enough. If anything, David found himself admiring the sheer nerve of it. His own marriage had been arranged the same way, a political match with barely any courtship beforehand, and he counted himself lucky his wife had turned out easygoing. A harder match could have made his whole life miserable. Arthur's willingness to ignore all of that in favor of genuine feeling struck something in him. "Then I'll help however I can," David said. "Thanks." Whatever distance had remained between them closed considerably after that conversation. Meanwhile, among the noblewomen, Corona found herself welcomed far more warmly than she expected. No cold shoulders, no veiled insults. Two reasons explained it. First, Arthur's territory now outranked most of theirs, and none of them wanted to risk offending him. Second, and more sincerely, Arthur's actions this week had likely saved a great many of their husbands' lives. From that angle, he was as much their benefactor as anyone's, and disrespecting Corona would have felt like biting the hand that had just spared them a widow's mourning. That second reason mattered more than the first. Nobility being nobility, status alone would have earned polite distance, not genuine warmth. Curiosity took over quickly after that. The women peppered Corona with questions about how she and Arthur had confirmed their relationship, gossip being gossip regardless of rank. Some questions bold enough to make Corona flush and stammer weak denials that they weren't that kind of couple. One voice against a room full of eager questioners never stood much chance. Eventually, Corona stopped denying it outright and simply went quiet, which the room quietly took as confirmation. The constant discussion wasn't without its effect on her, either. Somewhere in that swirl of questions, Corona caught herself imagining what it might actually feel like to be Arthur's wife, before quickly shaking the thought away. Remembering the gap in their stations, she understood Arthur's intentions well enough by now. She simply hadn't let herself hope too much yet. Still, by the time the banquet ended, she'd stopped so firmly correcting anyone who called her Arthur's wife. It was, in its quiet way, progress. The party wound down eventually. Riding back in the carriage, Arthur and Corona sat in comfortable silence, each processing the night in their own way, Arthur giving her space to sort through everything she'd absorbed. Corona simply too embarrassed, after being called someone's wife by half the room, to know what to say. Neither spoke again until they reached their temporary quarters. The next morning, Corona was back in her maid's uniform at his bedside, as if nothing had changed. "Good morning, Corona." "Good morning, young Master Arthur." Almost like old times, except when Arthur reached over to brush a stray leaf from her hair. She didn't pull back or remind him of the impropriety, the way she once might have. She simply flushed and said nothing. A small thing. It meant she'd started letting him closer. With intelligence confirming the Knolls had abandoned their designs on the border territories, Arthur stayed one more day in northern Bulwark City before finally setting out for Initial City. News of his performance had already spread far ahead of him, to Initial City, to the Count's fief, even into the kingdom's court. When he rode back through his own gates, The entire city turned out to welcome him, and this time the enthusiasm was entirely genuine, nothing arranged or expected of them. He'd kept the war away from their doorstep, and with a lord that strong, their future looked considerably brighter. Arthur waved to the crowd before finally returning to his familiar castle. Settled back in his study, he realized August was barely a week off. The portable shop would refresh its inventory soon, and he found himself looking forward to it more than almost anything else. He barely had time to enjoy the thought of quiet days ahead before a message arrived that evening from the Count's mansion. Word of Arthur attending the banquet with Corona and publicly acknowledging her as his baroness had reached the Count's fief and the kingdom's court not long after. To his parents, the fact that he'd just turned back an army of gnolls barely registered next to this. His future happiness mattered more, and they wanted him home to discuss it in person. The Marquis of Roses's own envoys had already arrived at the Count's mansion, demanding an explanation, or the marriage alliance would be off entirely. Either way, Arthur was being summoned home. He could only sigh. He'd barely gotten back, and already he had to leave again. Corona, once she learned Arthur had been called home specifically because of her, possibly at the cost of his own engagement, came to him with guilt written plainly across her face. Tears threatening. Seeing her like that, Arthur softened immediately. "This was my decision," he said. "Don't overthink it. Besides, my parents calling me back doesn't have to mean trouble. Maybe they just want to meet the wonderful daughter-in-law I've found for them. Young master, you're just trying to make me feel better again." Her guilt broke into a small, helpless laugh despite herself, tears turning bright instead of heavy. In that moment, she seemed to fully accept, for the first time, that he'd already claimed her as his wife in every way that mattered. "What about the engagement with the Marquis mansion, then?" she asked, worry creeping back in. Arthur thought of Olivia, a fiancée he'd met only a handful of times, undeniably beautiful, on par with Corona in looks if nothing else. But familiarity mattered more to him than beauty, and he wasn't about to break Corona's heart for a stranger's sake. If the Marquis still wanted the marriage to go forward, Arthur wouldn't object to taking a second wife. But if they demanded, he cut Corona out of his life as the price of it. "If they're willing to still go through with it, I won't object," he told her. "But if they try to force me to give you up because of it, then it's better we don't marry at all." Given the kingdom's accepted polygamy and her own place in his life, Corona felt no jealousy at the idea of him marrying Olivia too. What moved her instead was hearing him say, plainly, that he'd walk away from a marquis's daughter before he'd walk away from her. Something in her finally broke loose, and for the first time she moved first, closing the distance, wrapping her arms around him, burying her face against his chest. "Young Master Arthur," she murmured, "you're so kind." He held her back, felt her stiffen slightly against him, still unused to the closeness. "It's nothing," he said gently. "I'll only get better at this." They stayed like that a long while, the study holding a quieter, gentler scene than it had seen in some time. If Arthur hadn't still been technically underage, worried, half seriously, that anything more might stunt his growth, the night might have gone further than it did. In the end, they simply slept beside each other, nothing more, not even a kiss. Corona woke first the next morning, out of old habit. She studied Arthur's sleeping face for a long moment, still faintly disbelieving that any of this was real, before moving to rise and begin her usual routine of tending to him. His arm caught her before she'd gotten far. He was already awake. "You're the mistress of this castle now," he said quietly. "You don't need to do those things anymore. Don't do it again, understand, or I'll be upset with you." His voice firmed slightly toward the end, deliberately. Years of habit didn't break on their own. She'd need the occasional push. "Now let's sleep a little longer." Touched, Corona accepted it without argument. She closed her eyes and allowed herself, for the first time in longer than she could remember, to simply lie in. By the time they finally rose near 7, Corona reached to help him dress, and this time Arthur let her not because he needed the help, but because letting her have that small ritual was its own kind of closeness. After training and breakfast, Arthur gathered the entire castle staff before setting out for the Count's mansion. In the main hall, Steward Poussin and dozens of maids stood in careful rows, plainly aware something significant was about to be announced given the formality of it. Corona, dressed today in a simple white and blue gown cinched at the waist, stood beside him, a visible departure from her usual uniform. Enough that a few in the room were already guessing what was coming. Arthur wasted no time. I imagine most of you have heard the news out of northern Bulwark City by now. I'm here to confirm it's true. From today, Corona is no longer my personal maid. She is the mistress of this castle. I expect you to set aside whatever assumptions you've held about her and treat her accordingly. Understood. Understood. The response came crisp and immediate. Arthur nodded and dismissed the room, though the calm on everyone's faces hid a fair amount of turmoil underneath. There was no precedent in the Kate Kingdom for a maid rising to become a mistress outright. A lover, perhaps, but never a wife. It would have been strange if none of the other maids felt a flicker of envy watching one of their own leap that far. Arthur didn't concern himself with it either way. All that mattered was that Corona's new status be respected. For Corona herself, hearing it announced aloud by Arthur, in front of everyone, hit differently than any private promise had. She had finally, officially, become the wife of the person who mattered most to her in the world. The moment the room emptied, she closed the distance and kissed him without warning, catching him off guard. He recovered fast enough, pulling her in and returning it in full, not letting go until she was breathless. When he finally released her, her face had gone a deep, flushed red, delicate, almost luminous. It stirred in him the urge to kiss her again, but her pleading eyes convinced him to let her catch her breath instead. With that settled, Arthur turned to organizing the trip home. Corona would come, obviously. Even an unpolished daughter-in-law had to meet the in-laws eventually. Chris and the 20 golden sharp lion cavalry would join too, along with one mountain giant as the trip's crowning display. The 4,000 crossbowmen and their crossbows, too valuable to risk moving, would stay in initial city, which meant one giant had to remain behind to guard them. Arthur settled on bringing Zog and leaving Zafi in the territory. With a small enough party, preparations came together quickly, and by noon they were ready to move. Lord Arthur, Lady Corona. Word of the morning's announcement had already spread through initial city faster than the party itself could travel. Chris and the others had clearly heard, and their address shifted the instant Arthur and Corona appeared. Arthur accepted the new title with an easy nod. Corona, less used to it, returned the nod a beat late, still adjusting to being greeted rather than doing the greeting herself. It would take some time before the new role settled naturally. Move out. More than 20 days later, Arthur finally laid eyes on the towering walls of Mad Lion City, the place he'd called home for over a decade. Getting there had its own comedy of complications. The mountain giant's sheer size startled checkpoint after checkpoint along the way, and standard border gates simply couldn't accommodate a 20-meter frame. Every time Zog had to jump a gate instead of walking through it, the landing cracked a fair bit of paving underneath, and every cracked floor cost Arthur another round of gold to smooth over. He half regretted bringing the giant along at all, but reminded himself it was, if nothing else, an unmatched way to make an entrance, and gritted his teeth through the expense. Word had clearly traveled ahead of them, because two familiar figures stood waiting at the city gate, his older brother and second sister. Arthur didn't keep them waiting. He spurred his horse forward, closing the distance fast, then dismounted to greet them first. Big brother, second sister, you came out here yourselves. You could have just waited at the castle. This is too much trouble. Watching him approach, poised, assured, radiating a confidence that hadn't been there a month ago. The things you've been stirring up keep getting bigger, Art said. How could we sit comfortably in the castle and not come see for ourselves? And you fought the gnolls 2 days ago. You weren't hurt, were you? Not a scratch. You think a bunch of beastmen could actually land a hit on me? Having already seen the mountain giant once before, Irina's attention went elsewhere first. Art's gaze, on the other hand, drifted straight past the pleasantries toward the 20-meter figure looming behind Arthur. Mountain giants were, functionally, living legend. Actually seeing one up close clearly thrilled him. That's the one who fought for us against the gnolls? He asked, a note of genuine excitement slipping through. Is it Zog or Zafi? Arthur felt a quiet satisfaction seeing his brother's reaction. Bringing Zog along was already paying off. He kept his own voice level. Zog came with me this time. Zafi stayed behind in the territory, I see. Art turned and offered the giant a respectful greeting of his own. Hello, Zog. Welcome to fierce lion territory. If you need anything at all, just say the word, we'll do what we can. He had no idea what the giant truly was to Arthur, so he treated him the way anyone would treat a powerful ally. With careful respect, Zog waved a massive hand, several meters across, brushing off the formality. No need to be so polite. Arthur and I are friends. Just talk to me normally. Even better then. A mountain giant was, by any measure, a being stronger than Count Berg himself. That such a creature would speak this casually to men holding only silver knight strength, purely out of regard for Arthur. Told Art everything he needed to know about how deep that friendship actually ran, deeper, certainly, than the rumor going around. That Arthur had simply promised to help the giant find his way home, and earned gratitude for it. Few who'd actually met Zog would believe that was the whole story. Art was plenty curious about the real one, but with Arthur clearly unwilling to volunteer it, pressing further didn't feel right. If anything, the mystery only deepened his admiration. While Art fixated on the giant, Irina's attention had already shifted to Corona standing quietly at Arthur's side. She wanted to see with her own eyes whether the rumors were true. If she was honest with herself, she'd been a little angry when she first heard. Not because she looked down on Corona, but because Olivia was her closest friend, and if the rumors held, she had no idea how she'd explain it to her. That guilt curdled at first into irritation. Under Irina's scrutinizing gaze, Corona lowered her head, unable to hold eye contact. Arthur stepped forward to shield her from it. Second sister, there's no need to look her over. Corona and I have already confirmed things between us. I announced her as mistress of the territory this morning. Word should reach here soon enough. What? Irina's surprise was audible. With it already done, there was little left to argue. She let out a helpless breath instead. I'm not against you two being together, honestly. But couldn't you have waited, announced it after the wedding at least? How am I supposed to explain this to Olivia now? Arthur knew exactly how tangled that friendship made things. It might genuinely cost Corona a friend she'd never even met. All he could offer was a slightly apologetic promise. Second sister, I'll handle things with the Marquis mansion as gently as I can. It shouldn't affect your friendship with her. Irina looked at him with something like reluctant trust, then sighed again, more wistful this time. Olivia always outperformed me back at the academy. I actually liked the idea of finally having the upper hand by making her my sister-in-law. A small, rueful laugh. Guess that's off the table now. As the Marquis's legitimate daughter, Olivia marrying into an Earl's family had already been something of a step down for her. And with the scandal Arthur had just created, Irina was fairly certain the whole arrangement was dead in the water. Arthur, only now learning about the history between his sister and his fiancée, could only offer an awkward shrug. Then I suppose your plan really is finished. Irina rolled her eyes at him, then, remembering something more pressing, turned serious again. You know the Marquis people are still waiting at the castle. How exactly are you planning to explain this to them? The truth, Arthur said simply. Whether the marriage still happens is entirely up to the Marquis mansion to decide. I suppose that's really the only option. Irina couldn't argue with that, and the subject dropped there. Her gaze shifted back to Corona, warmer now. Corona, since Arthur's claimed you as his wife, that makes me your sister too from here on. If he ever gives you trouble, you come tell me. I'll set him straight. You can tell me too, Art added. I'll set him straight as well. Their easy acceptance clearly moved Corona, though she rushed to defend Arthur regardless. Thank you, big brother, second sister, but Arthur's always been wonderful to me. He'd never give me trouble. Please don't worry. Even better then. With the pleasantries settled, the group finally moved into the city, Zog's every landing still crushing another patch of paving stone behind them. At the castle, Earl of Berg and Countess Charlotte greeted Arthur with much the same questions his siblings had already asked, and received much the same answers in return. Berg finally let out a long breath, his eyes turning distant and reminiscent. Back when we reclaimed Mondo Province, Marquis of Roses and I fought side by side. Saved each other's lives more than once, if I'm honest. To honor that bond, and for both our family's sake, We arranged the marriage alliance between you and Olivia. Understanding settled over Arthur, the reason an earl's son had ever been matched with a marquis's daughter in the first place. His father had earned that alliance in blood, on a battlefield decades ago. And in confirming his relationship with Carona so publicly, Arthur realized he hadn't just complicated his own life. He'd put his sister's friendship at risk and strained the debt his father owed an old comrade. A flicker of guilt crossed his face. Aberg caught it and thought, privately, so you finally understand what you've stirred up. He kept his tone measured. The alliance between our families was never just about a wedding. What you did was thoughtless. When the Marquis' envoy meets with you, you will apologize genuinely. Whether the marriage still proceeds after that is entirely my old friend's call to make. Then, perhaps sensing he'd pressed harder than intended, he softened. Corona is a girl we watched grow up under our own roof. We trust her. We won't ask you to give her up. Knowing this touched something his father had earned through real sacrifice, Arthur's earlier indifference melted into genuine resolve. I understand, father. I'll apologize and mean it. And if the Marquis still chooses to end the alliance, I'll make sure he's compensated well enough that his anger doesn't land on you instead. Something in that vow, the calm certainty of a boy who now regularly produced miracles out of thin air, reminded Aberg of everything strange and extraordinary Arthur had accomplished these past months. Whatever irritation remained in his gaze faded into something closer to relief. Then handling the Marquis is on you, he said, waving a hand. I only care about the outcome. You won't be disappointed, father. With that particular worry set aside, Charlotte, who'd been watching the exchange quietly from the side, finally spoke up. Arthur, I know you've been keeping a great many things from us lately. But nothing in this world comes free. I need you to answer honestly. Is there truly no danger in any of this? Aberg's gaze sharpened with the same worry the moment she asked it. In their eyes, a run of good fortune this large had to come with a matching cost, usually a steep one, or half the kingdom would be living charmed lives by now. Charlotte's open concern warmed something in Arthur's chest. He met her eyes and answered as seriously as he could manage. Don't worry, mother. I've gained a great deal these past months, but I haven't had to pay much of anything for it. He paused, searching for the version of the truth he'd need to give them. The truth is, I had an opportunity. Not long after I was attacked, a powerful and mysterious expert took an interest in me and accepted me as a disciple, then brought me into an organization. I can't tell you its name. What I can say is that it spans the entire continent, and it runs deep, deeper than anything in this kingdom. My teacher belongs to it, though he seems perpetually busy. He gave me 10 million gold coins and vanished almost immediately after. I've spent that money within the organization since the 2 mountain giants, the magic crossbows my 4,000 men carry, even the 9th level scroll I used at Northern Bulwark City. All of it purchased through them. He let that settle before continuing. Aberg and Charlotte sat stunned, then increasingly thrilled. Their son, chosen as a disciple by some hidden power, and apparently treated well by the arrangement. And an organization capable of stretching 10 million gold coins across mountain giants, magic crossbows for 4,000 men, and a 9th level scroll in the Kate Kingdom. That same sum wouldn't have bought the crossbows alone. Whatever this organization was, its resources clearly dwarfed anything held commonly. They believed him easily enough. The continent of gods was vast and full of secrets even the wisest scholars hadn't catalogued, and the Kate Kingdom was, in the grand scheme of it, a small corner of a much larger world. Ancient legend held that true deities had once walked this land, tens of thousands of years ago, before vanishing for reasons no one now living understood. Against a backdrop like that, a hidden organization hardly strained belief. Their shock finally settled into open joy. Charlotte spoke first, delighted. So that's how it happened. I always knew you'd achieve something great. With a teacher and an organization like that behind you, your future is going to outshine even ours. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Mother. Seeing her happiness lifted something in Arthur, too. Aberg's smile carried more weight to it, a father's caution beneath the pride. This is a serious matter. If word gets out, people will try to use you to get closer to that organization. Don't tell anyone else, not your brother, not your sister. No want. Then, with a touch of reproach, honestly, you shouldn't even have told us. The more people who know, the greater the danger to you. I just didn't want you and Mother worrying yourselves sick over me. Sigh. Aberg shook his head, but the affection in his eyes had nearly overflowed by then. That warmth settled deep in Arthur's chest, and beneath it, a quiet thread of guilt for the lie he'd just told them both so smoothly. But he knew it was the right call. The portable shop's true reach went beyond anything in this world, likely beyond most divine relics ever recorded. Keeping it his alone, and only his, was the only way he could ever feel truly safe carrying it. And practically speaking, nothing was really lost. He could still use the cover story of a mysterious teacher and organization to help his family however he needed to, going forward. The outcome in the end would be the same either way. That thought settled him, and since he'd already built the lie, he decided there was no reason not to use it a little further. Father, Mother, there are a few more things I should explain. Oh, curiosity flickered across both their faces. What is it? Do you remember the 5 Gold Night Peak experts who came to pledge themselves to us a few months back? I imagine you've wondered where they really came from, which is probably why you've only trusted them with minor duties so far. That's right, Aberg said. Their arrival was strange enough that we've been cautious. Does this have something to do with you? Arthur nodded, then found himself needing to correct the assumption gently, shaking his head even as he confirmed it. It's connected to me, yes. But I didn't hire them. Those 5 gold knights are death warriors, a gift from my teacher, meant specifically to protect me. If I ordered them to die for me, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. He'd chosen the framing deliberately, hoping it would let Aberg use the 5 knights without reservation from here on. What he hadn't expected was just how completely it stunned both his parents. 5 death warriors, all gold knight rank, gifted in a single gesture. The sheer extravagance of that was staggering. Ordinary gold knight subordinates would have been remarkable enough on their own. But death warriors were an entirely different category. In the Kate Kingdom, a gold knight could live comfortably anywhere, wanting for nothing. The idea of one willingly dying for someone else's sake was almost unthinkable. Once the shock passed, though, it curdled quickly into something warmer. If Arthur's teacher commanded that kind of loyalty and resource, his future prospects had just gotten considerably brighter. Then a question surfaced in Charlotte's mind, and she asked it plainly. If your teacher arranged them specifically to protect you, why did you leave them here in the Count's fief this whole time? Before Arthur could answer, she'd already turned the question into an order. As useful as they may be here, your safety matters more. Take them with you from now on. Arthur understood exactly what was driving her concern. He smiled, and rather than leave her waiting, answered directly. That's simple enough, because my teacher arranged an even stronger guard for me already. He raised his voice slightly. Victor. Knowing this conversation was coming, he'd asked Victor to wait some distance off beforehand, which was why the call carried louder than strictly necessary. In truth, the caution was unnecessary. With Victor's Sky Knight strength, he could have heard every word from 100 meters out without effort. Your subordinate is here. Victor appeared almost instantly, dropping to one knee in the same motion, confirmation plainly of what Arthur had just claimed. Aberg and Charlotte caught nothing but a flicker of black shadow before he was already kneeling in front of them, too fast to track. Such speed. Aberg's exclamation slipped out before he could stop it. Both of them held Earth Knight Peak and Magister Peak strength respectively, a single step from Sky Knight and Grand Magus themselves. If even they couldn't clearly track the newcomer's movement, there was no ambiguity left about what he was. A Sky Knight, they both breathed nearly in unison. Victor turned slightly and knelt before the couple properly. You two must be Lord Arthur's parents. You may simply call me Victor. You call Arthur Lord, then you must also serve his teacher, Aberg said, still somewhat disbelieving. Sky Knights were vanishingly rare in the Kate Kingdom, figures of considerable standing wherever they went. That such a man would serve as a young lord's personal guard defied easy belief. Indeed, Victor answered calmly, I am the guard leader arranged by that esteemed person in service to Lord Arthur. With Victor's own confirmation, There was nothing left for them to do but accept it. However unbelievable it still felt, Arthur's mysterious teacher rose another notch in their estimation, and the fact that a Sky Knight had knelt before them, on Arthur's account, left both of them quietly euphoric. Arthur watched his parents' expressions with real fondness. As much as he might have enjoyed letting them savor the moment a while longer, keeping Victor kneeling indefinitely felt wrong. "Rise, Victor. Thank you for your diligence in keeping me safe." "It's my duty, my lord." Arthur turned back to his parents, smiling. "Now you understand why I never brought those 5 gold knights along as guards. With Victor watching over me, you don't need to worry about my safety anymore." "With someone like Victor at your side," Charlotte said, "we truly are relieved." Both elders turned to Victor, their tone shifting into something close to genuine entreaty. "Victor, we entrust Arthur's safety to you. Thank you sincerely. It is my duty." To Aberg and Charlotte, the very idea that someone of Victor's caliber would guard their son was staggering enough that neither dared adopt the posture of a superior, speaking to a subordinate. They could only ask, not command. Arthur briefly considered explaining that Victor, too, was technically a death warrior, then thought better of it. A Sky Knight bound as a death warrior would have sounded almost absurd in the Kate Kingdom, and he worried it might overwhelm his parents rather than reassure them. He let the matter rest and had Victor withdraw again. Long after Victor had disappeared, his parents' eyes still shone with something close to wonder. If a Sky Knight could be spared as a mere guard, what might Arthur achieve under a teacher capable of arranging that? Every hope either of them had ever quietly held for their youngest son felt, in that moment, entirely within reach. It took a long while for the excitement to finally settle. Watching them, Arthur decided to press a little further while the moment was still warm. "Father, Mother, I've only just joined this organization, so what I can purchase through it is still limited. Not much variety yet, but it's more than enough for what I need right now. And I imagine you can already guess. Everything inside the organization runs several times cheaper than anything comparable in the Kate Kingdom. If either of you ever needs something, there are a few types of goods I can purchase on your behalf." He offered it simply because he wanted the Count's fief stronger, and their worry for him lighter. Charlotte and Aberg's first reaction wasn't greed at the offer, nor curiosity about what exactly might be available. It was worry. "Is that even permitted?" Charlotte asked. "If that organization discovers you're doing this on our behalf, won't they hold you responsible for it?"